Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome on back to another session of Elden Ring Reforged. DAC FSO, or, name patent pending. Deathless, all content, fire spells only. The routing. Before we well and truly begin, I would like to go ahead and thank our wonderful contributors during this month's cycle. The people that are choosing to be generous with their money toward me. It's the smallest way I have to give back and say thank you, among other things. And I will go ahead and read them off right now. If you guys want your names on these placards before we read, please do. Feel free to purchase or maintain a Twitch subscription, a Patreon or Coffee membership, or make a one-time donation of $2 or more during this month's cycle. Today is the last day before the placards change over, which is totally fine. But let's go ahead and do the reading now. Thank you to Grunge Monkey, and an especially big thank you to Ballshack for the purchase and or maintenance of their Prime and Tier 1 subscriptions. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of said subscription packages. I would also like to continue to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for his maintenance of a Valkyrie tier membership over on Coffee. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of such a membership package, good sir. And finally, while I don't have any one-off donations or one-off or patrons, I would like to thank people who have used that platform in the past. Truly. Without further ado, let's get started. And by that I mean we have to fix it. The sound was working, but apparently the other parts were not. Okay, so I got some bookkeeping, which I'm going to start off with first before we get well and truly into it. First, I would like to start by, let me just find the correct page. Let me start by just saying I have put out an update for, sorry, that is the incorrect one. I've put out an update for, let me also make sure that it's just on the Discord page. I've put out an update in the game suggestions gallery. I've added a couple of tags that I assign to things. I tag these with either I don't own it or I do own it. I've made a rather large Discord post, but in essence, I'll pull it up so that people can read it if they want. But essentially, this is just your friendly reminder that I will not be streaming on Friday. That has already been reflected in the calendar app, or a calendar channel, which you can find here underneath the Picture Club and the Shorts channel, where people can post video clips and stuff. It's right here, or it's underneath the content resources. I have a Discord extension that shows when the next streams are coming up. Please do feel free to look at that. I'm going to possibly be opening up oh, hello. Thank you. I'm just gonna, they're already banned. Okay, that's unfortunate. I was sort of hoping that it would cross out the whole thing. I guess not. Anyway, right. In short, I will probably start streaming 6 days a week next week. I'm gonna attempt to stream more because I'm having to entertain a lot of extra requests, and I want to entertain them. I don't want anyone to get it twisted, but I am having to try to adjust some things around. to make room for some of the suggestions that I think are quite good. As a result of me streaming 6 days a week, it is perfectly possible that Backlog Fridays, resuming next week, will move somewhere else and not be on a Backlog Friday, but it could just be like a backlog in general toward the weekend. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Tomorrow, you guys will get the general version of what was posted in the benefits announcements channel. If you are a paying member of Twitch, Patreon, or Coffee, I put some stuff in there for you to read. You're welcome to read it or not, your choice. Just know that if you don't read it, you'll have an opportunity to read it again in the general proclamation / announcements channel. I wanted to get that out of the way. Other than that, I don't really have too many other updates. Let me just blur this real quick so I can take a look at what I need to take a look at. Okay. That could be unfortunate. That could be very unfortunate. Okay. I just had to check some things. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the Reforged wiki, because I did not get a true chance to look into the dungeon that we are in as of yesterday, and I was testing out some things with a mod on a different file this morning, so we're gonna have to try to look into this dungeon now rather than later. Let's see about this. So this ought to be calendar. Yep. Okay. Let me open this up in a full-size image. That's a little bit too... Okay. Interesting. Okay, I guess we will need to figure out where exactly we're going. I can go ahead and show this. Prepare for a flashbang. So, this is the little map that was added to help us navigate this. For those that are interested, I'm gonna have to try to navigate it anyway. But we can first see where we're loading into before we even begin. Speaking of loading in, the last time on our last session, we completed a fair number of splits in and around the wider outskirts of Mount Gelmir. We then took a little bit of a detour back over to the Wyndham Ruins. We took care of We took care of the Tibia Mariner here. We went into the cave. We went into the catacombs, defeated the watchdog. Then we made our way to where was demi-human Queen Maggie at? I know she was here because we... Oh, did we fight her before? Hold on. No, she's not here. Yeah, not here at all. Okay. Oh, and also I know who this boss is now. This boss is the Flame Lost Knight, so I had better update that. And let me get more specific than that. Okay, so rancorous crazed duelist, a rancorous frenzied flame troll, and a Tibia Mariner. Okay, there are also a few things we need to grab here as well. We're not actually done whatsoever. So here we are in the Sacrificial Chasm of Old, which, if I go back and look on our map, is 4 rooms removed from the Serpentine Depths. My apologies for being late, by the way. Let's just say nothing was going right during the 10 o'clock hour and leave it at that. Our water would not warm up until everything was actually finished. I got punished for showering late, is really what it is. Not only that, but Kick was being fussy, which, speaking of which, I need to know if this is working. Looks like it is. Okay. Yeah, Kick was being fussy this morning. All kinds of problems. Not too much else to say that, more than that, really. Okay, I'm having to just kind of like pick. So let's first go back here. Welcome on in, user 11. It's good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. It has certainly been a while since since we last spoke to one another. I hope you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. User 11 asks, do we still say first around here, or is it a 2025 thing? I think the people that would banter with you and say first are not here to do that at the moment. I don't know if that's specifically a 2025 thing. How have you been lately, if and you don't mind my asking? I've been, okay. I could be way better. But I mean, I'm alive. And that's the important part, is that I'm alive. Okay, so let me see if my intuition is correct. Is this left path the Ranker Duelist? And the squiggles tell me that that is a climb. So let's see. It ought to be 2 rooms over before there is a climb. No, there is a drop down, which means I think I am in the right. No, there's no way. There's only a drop down. Yeah, only a drop down. So user 11 says I've been good, Mr. Coin. How about you? I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're good. I'm doing okay. You know, been making content, same as ever. Been streaming, been trying to do game. I guess since the last time we spoke, I've tried to get into a little bit of game development. Trying to learn the ins and outs of the Godot engine, and I learned just yesterday that the game I was trying to develop, or going to do my first bit of development on, there is another game that is released that has copied a lot of my terminology and phrasing. So now I have to re-examine what it is I'm trying to make. Outside of that, you know, still trying to live in the hellscape, as it were. No worries, user 11, but I'm happy to have your your sympathies. Appreciate that. Okay, I think this room is the entrance into the, I think this is where we went to get to the Rancorous Duelist. What's it about? It's supposed to be an idle incremental game. Let me be extra careful while I'm here. Yeah, it's supposed to be about I was going to have a young acolyte attempt to accrue power and resources using a force called anima in order to either save the world or destroy it. It's kind of a bit of an open-ended, incremental idle game, but and you use mana crystals and insight in order to generate wisdom, and that wisdom is used to power prestige upgrades. That was supposed to be the general goal. I don't want to toss too many technical terms at you, but it you know, it was supposed to be the first game. Just a lot of like math and stuff. Rather than needing to worry about a bunch of graphics or other things. But I'm going to have to re-examine. I either have to re-examine the concepts, or I need to change names to everything. You gonna move forward, sir? Sorcerer? No, I'm afraid not. Should have used the Rain of Fire for that. User 11 says, seems like a great idea. Great idea. I appreciate your support, good sir. But as it is, I probably do have to change things. I do at least have to change some of the terms if I don't want to step on the toes of another incremental idol that released called the Orb of Creation. It's a spellcraft wizardry idol game. Both Wonderbot and Idol Cub have made content about it over on YouTube. User 11 says, once I tried to get into game development and coding, it just didn't work for me. Well, I mean, my options are kind of make myself into something or stagnate and continue to get crushed by debt or other things. And I don't want that. Okay, so if I look back here, we have 4 paths. One of them is a climb. Okay, this would represent that climb. Now is the left, if the left, it brings us to the Duelist, which I think it will. No, that's not what appears to be happening. Okay, so it's that right hand. So if I go back and look at this, sorry if I'm not the most chatty at the moment. Let me explain a little bit about what I'm currently doing. This is a new dungeon, or I say new, but it's a new-ish dungeon that is unique to Elden Ring Reforged. So I don't know the first thing about its layout or what's contained in it. And so I'm having to figure out like mapping and stuff. User 11 says, completely changing the theme, but have you started the actual run yet, or are you still routing? Oh, no. We're going to be routing a while, because I'm mapping out both the base game and New Game Plus. Or not New Game Plus, I'm sorry, the DLC. I'm doing both. So we're I would say, compared to everything we've seen so far, we've maybe actually hit the halfway point now. Like, I would consider Mount Gelmir / the Lane Dell to be the halfway point. We've only just now approached what I think that is. I would say the real, true hallmark of that would be if we bump into a boss named Praetor Rykard, then I will say we have definitively reached the halfway point. But yeah, we're gonna be routing a while. Okay, what more of them? Do they spawn? God, I hope not. I hope they don't spawn endlessly, but they might. Okay, they're falling from the ceiling. I think they just always spawn here, which could be a problem. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, I think they spawn here all the time. So let's get out of here. How are you? Have you handled a? Are you currently in a heat wave at the moment? User 11, like so many other people around the globe at the moment. I did not mean to do that. But you know what? We're alive. I'll take it. I'm not dead. I'll absolutely take that. All right. So if I look back here. So we just went into the Rancor Duelist. So, okay. We got into the chamber where we had to climb. We climbed up. And that right. Taking that right. Okay. Yep. So now if we do that, we will head. Okay. But didn't we get the three-fingered scrolls? Wait, what? Yeah, we were technically already there. How did I miss that? Huh. Okay, let's take that left then. We'll come in here. We'll supercharge a rain of fire. Kind of let that pass. So that would represent the point where we should open up to a three-way here. And I believe we are also out of oil. So I will need to fix that. User 11 says, no, it actually has been really good weather outside. Nice. Which is a nice change from the last few months. That's awesome. Are you going through one? It is certainly warm, but I wouldn't necessarily call it a heat wave yet. That's going to be a couple months from now. However, the people in Europe are going through a pretty heavy heat wave. And I really do feel for them. I know Mr. Jason was talking about it a little bit during the past week, actually. I really feel for them because they're not. Europe is not built for that. Their houses are made of like concrete and hard stone materials because they're used to cold weather, not hot weather. The houses retain heat. So in 35 degrees Celsius weather or temperatures are higher, their houses become ovens. And you can't just put ACs in them. Like so many Americans have tried to say to the Europeans, you can't just do that. That's not what their houses are built for. It's kind of yucky. No, I'll be going through a similar heat wave in about a month. That's typically when the triple degree heat starts. User 11 says, I have heard about a heat wave, maybe to the end of July. Oh, well, if those poor sods out there are going to hate themselves then, that's going to be really bad. Like, really, really bad. User 11 says, yes, I can relate. I mean, I am European. Fair. Fair. I'm trying to think. Oh, I totally forgot. I'm gonna go get a creamer, get my liquid creamer real quick. I will be right back, Mr. User 11. This should only take but like 15 or 20 seconds. Sorry about that. Took a little longer than I expected. Good strong decaf. I say strong, but the only thing it is decaf. And then I guess outside of, like, you know, just doing what I usually do, sit houses, sit pets, stream, and, you know, maybe streaming even more now than ever. Just kind of like hustling. Not much has really changed. I don't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing. Also, I have completely lost the plot on where I am. So let me go back here. So at least have some idea on where I am. Okay, so we come back up through here. This would be considered a climb. So we move through here. Mr. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, have you ever beat 100%ed The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild? Knowing what I know now, I have to say no. I thought I did, but I totally forgot about the monster medals and some other things that I'm gonna have to, like, clean up. Okay, so the barrels are... yeah, okay. All right. Barrels are this way. We drop. If I drop down, there's no coming back. So we need to head this way then. Dash all the way through and try not to fall. Have you? User 11 says, I think you should 100% plus DLC, but I don't know if I could suggest it since you kind of already did. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna clean that up through some, like, recordings. I'm gonna make some recordings on that, and that'll be my way of cleaning up the 100%, because I totally forgot. It just didn't register to me that there were medals the first time, and that's kind of a huge deal. It took Tears of the Kingdom to show me that, oh yeah, by the way, that they were already expounding off of a previous system. The medals were already there, so that's going to be my method of cleaning that up. Okay, so if we move here, piece under the tarp. I'll have to think about that. Yeah, they might... I don't know what they're doing with their hands. I maybe don't want to know either. Yeah, no, I mean, and people are valid in requesting it as well. Out of curiosity, Mr. User 11, have you been in, like, somewhat keeping up with the Discord announcements and stuff? I'm not obligating you to, just asking if you have or haven't, basically. Okay, and there ought to be a... Let's go ahead and drink here, because I will definitely have the opportunity to flask back up again before dealing with the boss. Okay, so that... I thought that looked weird, but okay, that is the Rancor Troll. which means going through the rest of this. Huh. Okay, I think that lava is actually put there on purpose. And it's meant to show us that there might be something interesting here. All right. My goal today is to make it through the rest of the dungeon, the rest of the Serpentine Depths. And if we can, great. If not, well, then this dungeon's really hard. I mean, what else can I even say? Sorry, I'm really trying to like figure out how I want to best get to this. Yeah, there's no real way to do that. User Levin says, well, have you ever heard about Subnautica? Yes. Do you mean like, I want to make sure I understand you correctly. You're talking about Subnautica 2, right? The new one that's come out recently? Or I think got finished with early access? In the meantime, I guess we can kind of like poke our head. Oh boy, nope, never mind. Nice. Okay. Yep. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Let them spam frenzy. Get out of here. Rain of fire and just run. Just run. Don't do anything. Subnautica 2, yeah, okay, cool. Then I had it correct. Yes, I've watched a furry VTuber play for, and by furry I mean a furry animal, a furry anthropomorphic animal, play through like 2 hours of the initial game, which I thought it was really cool. I think let me not spoil, I think redacted mechanic is really cool and was something that could have really helped contextualize or the original Subnautica, or even the Arctic depths, or whatever the other game is. User 11 says I could recommend it too. It's just like not that big. It could run out of content really quick. That is actually fine. Believe it or not, I don't have a deep love of super long games or anything like that. You're welcome to recommend it, Mr. User 11. Of course, I don't own it, obviously, and I would need to wait for it to go on a nice deep dish sale. But I mean, what's one more suggestion to the pot, right? Plus, that's what I made the game suggestions channel for, is to just put stuff like that in there. Feel free. I'd welcome it. And maybe someday I'll get to play it. And maybe even before that, I may or may not play the original Subnautica in order to like contextualize Subnautica 2, because I know it builds off a lot of the same concepts as the original, but it attempts to kickstart things faster. For those that weren't here yesterday, this dungeon, the Serpentine Depths, that we are in right now, has a mechanic called Exorcism of Rancor Spirits. User 11 says, I think it will be 35% off on its release. I'm not completely sure though. We can look, I can look at least to see if it's like, if its early access is also on sale, because there's like a huge Steam sale going on right now. Dang, Dead Space is available for $6, but I already just spent like $2 on like a game for the game requests, so I don't know. It is $26, not on discount yet. Okay, yeah. The ones that are on discount are Subnautica and Below Zero. Those are both available for $7.49 USD, not accounting for tax. But I have both of those in my library already, so I'm good to go on those grounds. Dang, I'm really looking at Dead Space very hard right now. Oh, and sorry, I should not be looking at Steam right now. I see Far Cry 4 for $3, and I'm like, wait, say what now? $1 and $2 games are kind of where I live at the moment. And I have no idea how long this... Oh, it's to July 9th. Okay, I have some time then. But let me not be here right now. Otherwise, I'm gonna be salivating over $2 games. But yeah, Subnautica 2 looked fun. It looked hella fun. You were saying... No, you've played the games, no worries about spoilers. It's mostly for other people that may be listening in. User 11 says, oh yeah, true, sorry, I thought it was the other one that's on me. By the way, do you recommend Red Dead 2? It's on sale, I think. I'll check. It's not on as much of a sale as the others. But it is, you know, still 75% off. Red Dead Redemption 2 is available for $15 US with tax, and that is with a $75 discount, among other things. It's a shame. It is kind of steep for me, but. I mean, hey, I appreciate you pointing the game out to me. I'm not sure when we're gonna get another Steam sale again that isn't so general, that isn't like so widespread as it currently is. Whoops, let me not do that. There we go. Unblurred. That's making me hungry for Steam purchases, but every purchase I make takes me further away from a gym membership. And I really don't want to spend on too many things right now, because I got to have $160 plus available for the 6-month commitment to a gym membership. I really want to make that happen this year. So, like I was explaining beforehand, this dungeon has a mechanic where you have to fight 3 copies of... Ah, okay. That's what you're saying. No. I meant if you recommend it. I thought I had played it. Nope. I've had friends who've played it, so I've seen people talk about it, right? My knowledge is... you know, third party. Other people have talked about it in front of me. I hear what's her face, a really popular female. Oh, I think Emaru might have played it, along with a couple of other like prominent streamers. They cried. That's about as much of a indicator of spoilers you're gonna get. I'd recommend it, especially if you played the original Red Dead Redemption. Absolutely. And you kind of need to play the original to help you contextualize the events in 2. It is a sequel, but I'd recommend it. Everyone else thinks it's good. Why would I be any different? I'm gonna wait for the ad storm advertisement / warning to come in just a minute before we make an attempt at this. But I'm excited to finish this dungeon, and I'm excited for what the future of the channel brings. I'm really happy that people are starting to recommend, you know, maybe you should try this or that, streamer. The original isn't on sale and it's kind of expensive. Yeah, it's like a $60 game.
In the distance, my senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Thank you guys for putting up with that and for putting up with me. You guys have been awesome this first hour already. We do take commercial breaks here at the top of every hour. I play some ads during that time to help combat pre-roll and to get my little slice of Bezos's pie. All kinds of reasons, really. With or without an ad blocker, I recommend that, you know, we all get up and take a stretch break together when that time comes in the next 4 minutes. Because there will be a timer to go along with that to indicate how long the break lasts. I'm going to be getting up and stretching myself, so us taking a break together is just more conducive to the stream overall. But you know, don't let me tell you what to do. Spend your time however you see fit. Once those 3 minutes are up, I will have returned to my desk. The adverts should be over, and we will have you know, we will pick right back up where we left off. Let's see if I can't get in a quick attempt here. Yeah, oh, that didn't take long. I'm gonna have to wait now. I think I have to, like, be near him or there are gonna be problems. We'll wait. There's no way I'm getting an attempt in now. We're gonna just go in and wait. That's okay. Eventually, this is what we're gonna have to say to our good friend, the Rancor Troll.
Another one bites the dust.
That's the only thing left for them to do is bite the dust. We did technically die to the thing, so that's a death. I have learned my lesson. Let me make some hard runes. We are running low on golden amalgam. I'm really going to have to consider, even with the sacramental virgin, I really do need to consider doing a quick farm on those, because I don't think we have a golden centipede farm anywhere nearby. Yucky. Let's also go ahead and do this and gear up for a proper attempt this time. Here we go. We're all ready to go. User 11 says, oh, there's another banger game I bought when it was on sale, Jedi Survivor. I've heard that one is okay. If you like Let's see. I think it's supposed to be some kind of a hack and slash title. If you like it, then you'll probably like Jedi Survivor, which is good considering the last couple of games from the Star Wars series have kind of been meh. Some of them are meh, and some of them have been flops. So, Jedi Survivor not being a flop is a good change of pace. Other than that, I don't know too much about it. But as I've told Mr. Jason, I'll tell anyone else. My games, you can suggest as many game suggestions as you want. People suggesting or not suggesting things does not guarantee I'll get to play them. It doesn't change the speed at which I can acquire things to play, that kind of thing. User 11 says it's kind of an RPG open world combat. Oh, so kind of like Elden Ring in some respects, where Elden Ring is like an open world RPG. It's kind of like that. Understood. There's some deviancy, of course, but the underlying mechanics of the games are similar. See everyone after the commercial break. Thanks. sorry about that, folks. I am back. Hopefully we all had a wonderful commercial break. You know, found fun things to do during that time. Because, you know, the most I did was look at some salacious news and hate myself. User 11 asks, have I watched Star Wars? Some. Not everything, of course, but I've watched some. Let's see. I watched. It would be more fair to say I've seen snippets of lots of different segments. I couldn't exactly pinpoint which ones I saw through completely. I remember growing up and watching some parts of the original trilogy on rerun. I also remember, you know, watching 4 through the sequel trilogy, 4 through 6. I remember watching some of that. I remember watching some animations for Clone Wars. Some of the movies. I've played through The Force Awakens as well as part of The Force Awakens 2. I've played a handful of Star Wars games to go along with my consumption of the media. I also watched a part of the Kenobi, like, Netflix flagship series. And I've seen snippets of Ahsoka. I have not really seen anything to completion. Oh, and I guess I shouldn't forget about The Mandalorian. I've seen some bits of The Mandalorian, but not enough to form like a complete picture of anything. That would probably be the fairest thing I could say there. All right, let's try this again. I'm sorry, why are there Ranker skulls here? Oh, no worries. I take it that probably means I need to repeat myself regarding the the question regarding Star Wars. I'll be more than happy to repeat that when I'm done here. I am fighting a troll, and a troll enchanted with flames is what's going on. Wow, video game, thanks. I love that. Okay, got him. Forsaken Ranker Flame. Oh, that's like an item. A flicker of anguished misery given form. One part. Oh, this is what the forsake. This is the key item. If I look, it's probably here. Okay. It looks pretty much like a Hinox. I think, yeah, there's a pretty good argument that troll or troll knights are kind of like Hinox. I'll open up the bestiary, and you can decide for yourself whether they look like a Hinox or not. This is probably... Nope, wrong. I'll find an entry. Eventually. It's probably here in the Frigid Highlands. Yeah. So this is the little picture that they put in with the bestiary. You can decide for yourself whether that is a Hinox or not. They've even got one eye, or, well, they have two eyes, but only one of them is functional. So they're like, it's like looking at a Hinox even. Never mind. Fair enough. To answer your question about Star Wars, and let me do it in a more succinct manner than I did before. Essentially, I have not watched any of them to completion, but I've seen snippets of a lot of the different movies and television shows over the years, especially like the Clone Wars, which were aired on Toonami back in the day. Hold on, let me make sure we've got that. So we have the Rancor Troll, yeah. We've got the rune piece under the tarp, which I have no clue how to get. Oh, and also our way back is absolutely littered with enemies because we died at along the or after this point. User 11 says really recommend to watch it, at least the main saga, the first 6. Yeah, you sound like my dad there. He also kind of recommends the original 6. Okay, there's gotta be, am I like missing something here? Or what? Feels like I should just be able to get through this. It's gotta be like a... It's gotta be way like hop behind whatever this is. But this is not reachable. I'd have to like look up a guide for it, which I guess I can do. Okay, and we have this dude up here, which I'll just use a rain of fire on while we swap gear. I'll certainly bear that suggestion in mind. No guarantee that I'll watch it. I'm really not much of a movie person. User 11 says, do you have a reason not to watch it, or do you just don't want to, if you don't mind my asking? I'm not much of a movie person. I'm really picky about film in general. It has to compel me for some reason. The only exception to this, I think, would be like... I think the only... Well, yeah, young adult would be the only film that didn't have to compel me, but I had an entirely different reason for watching it when I was a kid, or when I was a teenager, excuse me. Let me get more specific. When I was a 16-year-old boy, that was the first movie I independently watched on my own without being knuckle dragged to it. But my main reason for not being much of a movie person is I was always knuckle dragged to the movies. I was always roped into watching them as a kid. I was always asked to sit down and watch it with the family. Growing up, nobody liked the choices I made for movies growing up. And even when people did watch them, I knew that they were just kind of face tanking it. They were just kind of sitting there and watching it for me and not for them. So my internalized response to all that was to eventually not watch movies. And I guess in terms of like answering this question, it also doesn't help that I'm an avid gamer. So like movies are always going to compete with games or books in terms of things I actually like doing. But I would say 60% of it is an internalized response to what happened in my childhood. Some of it was, oh yeah, you can't have a child wander about the movie theater unattended. I get that part. Still contributes to the response, but being an adult now, I get it. I get it a lot. I get it I understand that a lot more. Oh yeah, this is how we would get to that. Okay. Piece under the bed. Right. Yeah, we already went to the consort's bonfire. That was how we got into the sacrificial chasm. But yeah, to simplify that answer down, lots of childhood, lots of negative childhood experiences. I don't want to say trauma, because it's not like my mom or my sibling meant to traumatize me by knuckle dragging me to the movies or having me sit down to eat dinner with them as a family back then and watch movies. But I never when I was often asked to participate rather than, or it was just something we did, and it would also overpower any opportunity we had, or some of the opportunities we had, to talk to each other. The movie was used instead of conversing with each other rather than actually conversing with each other. Of course, it's complicated. Sorry, I fear that every time I say I try to truncate it, I'm just going to end up continuing to want to talk about it. The short answer is it's complicated. But it basically parses out to, I have a lot of personal reasons. But I'm an older man now, and I can elect to watch movies of my own accord. I will keep your suggestion to watch the main saga in mind. Promise. My dad has practically been begging over the years to have an activity for us to engage in, and he likes some of the original Star Wars like saga, so I could probably get to sit with him and watch that. Okay, so if okay, so this is where that is. So if I follow this back to completion, also let's check the oil. I probably need to refresh some. I'm running low on blazing substance, which is unfortunate. Have I answered your question, user 11, or do I need to say it? Do I need to answer it again more succinctly? In like a shorter answer. Okay, so what? Yeah, so the drop down puts us into the place with the Albinoric sorcerers. So like we're forced to drop down here. Okay, so we'll drop down. So this ought to bring us up here. Hello. I will use you. User 11 says, yeah, I was wondering if I would just say okay and seem kind of dry. So yeah, you have. Thank you. No problem. Yeah, I've seen snippets of the franchise, the whole franchise, and as far as like why I don't, and it's not really Star Wars in particular, it's films in general. It has to strike at me or compel me in some way. An example of a film that compelled me was of Gods and Men with Christian Bale in it, and you know that film was about Moses's upbringing and you know a retelling of the struggle of the Canaanite slaves to escape Egypt. So there's like something deeper there. A lot of film today, at least this is me personally, a lot of film today seems like it's just made for entertainment rather than trying to compel us to think about things in some capacity. And that's fine. I mean, films are adapting to their audience, and if the audience says, oh yeah, oh by the way, we don't want to think about things, we want to escape, that's totally cool. That is completely fine. I am definitely aware that what I want to get out of a film and what other people want to get out of a film are completely different. I am not someone who would consider themselves an escapist. Just circle strafe and you're probably fine. Yeah, it looks like a circle strafe will take care of our issues. I'm using your inquiry to kind of springboard and talk about some other things. Making sure I mind where I'm going on the map. I might have to copy this and put it in the notes actually. But I'm very picky about film because what I want out of the film experience is nice. Okay, I need to find where the bound Albinork is and like knock him out quickly. There we go. Got him. Where's the third? I know there was a third sage in here. At least I think there's a third sage in here. Okay, check the map. User Levitt says, yeah, I'm trying to keep chatting, but it's not easy. No worries. I feel like every time I'm about to say something, my mind just goes, why the hell would you even say this? Hey, you know, I can be the judge of whether or not you should or shouldn't say something. I'm not going to be a, I promise I will let you know if it's like, I'll pull a, Mark Hamill and I'll sit you down like you're George Lucas and say, George, who even starts a conversation like that? I'm the same way. I get in my own head a lot when it comes to trying to talk to people. Can walk, drop down. So then why the dotted path? So I guess we're like, we should be here at 9. So there should only be one direction for me to go. So why are there 3? Why are there 3 directions for me to go? Maybe I don't want to think too hard about it. User 11 says, I feel like it's mostly because of my dry English. I hate to ask this, but would you mind qualifying what you mean by dry English? I've never heard... I've heard of wet and dry humor, but I've not heard of wet or dry languages before. Or maybe I have and I don't remember. I mean, take your pick, really. I might have to use a star fragment here. I know I have at least one on hand, yeah. Might need to do that anyway. Because I'm running low on... I'm running about halfway out on flasks. Wait, is my sense of reference completely wrong? Can't be, because we dropped down into the room with the Albinoric sorcerers. But this brings us back into the room with the consort's fire. Oh, so we're not there. We're here, which means the path I took wasn't the... Okay. I think I know where I am. Yeah, so we're not in the air with the three consorts, which is what I thought. We're in the Albinoric Screamer and Sniper room. Okay, yeah, okay, got it. User 11 says, I mean, like I have a small amount of vocabulary, like I have to say, like a small domain of things to say. It's basically bad English. Well, for what it's worth, I'm sorry that you're experiencing that, or that you feel inadequate. I don't want to make you feel inadequate in your second or third language. This is why I try to read things as they were supposed to be said, not as they're written. I've had many people speak English as a second language over the years come into this room. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. And if I ever feel like I don't understand something, or you want to know a word that you maybe should use instead of how you said something or how you wrote something, I'll be more than happy to help you with that. English is a hard language. English is a hard language, and I muck it up all the time. And I'm a native speaker, so. I guess what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to help you feel better about dry language. I don't think your English is dry at all. You're speaking like how an average person would speak. You know the words you know how to use, and the words that you don't know, there is the necessary confusion for not having seen them before, right? I'm flattered that you think that, User 11. I pride myself on my letters, so thank you. User 11 says no problems. I'm completely fine with that. Actually, I think watching the stream makes my English better. If that's a bonus. I can come out of this with an extra win today if I've helped someone hone their language skills more than they already have. But I will be the first one to tell you that I also trip over my own words often. I have a tendency to say things that should not be said out loud, which is different than saying the wrong things out loud or typing the wrong things out loud, and I definitely write better than I speak. That's for sure. I comb over everything I say very, very carefully, and I do that even more with the things I write. But I'm flattered that you think that. I'm flattered to know that my English skills are used as an example to emulate or improve upon. Can't be any happier than that. Okay, it's probably this over here. So what's going on? Yeah, this has to be the room with the 3 consorts in it. This only, yeah, okay, triple consorts. So I'm in the right place now. And there should only be one way to proceed, which is through here. So we take this right-hand turn, or yeah, this left-hand turn, and then we have the Catacomb Sorcerer, which is always a pain to deal with. It's like a splash attack. I can like just lock in on him for cool, and it hones in on the way back. User 11 says you should come out every day if you go to see the older streams that I started to see, and then compare my English from then to today. I would say 80% of my vocabulary or conversations, etc., it's from simply watching the stream. Hey, people watching has its purpose, is what I will say. If the best way, there are a couple good ways to learn language. One of them is, you know, I hate to say this, but write, and write a lot, and have people critique your writing all the time. To be like, oh, well, why did you use this word instead of that word? Or here's the difference between this word and the word I think you should use, blah, blah, blah. And like get a writing or English expert to do that critiquing. That's what we call like formal training. The stuff that you would be taught in your classes and stuff. That's one way to learn English. Another way to learn it is to watch media. Media will tell you how people use the language every day, which includes some erroneous uses of words that you've learned in academia. User 11 says, anyways, I'm a head off now. I hope to see you later. Likewise, good sir. It was good seeing you and good to hear from you again, User 11. You're welcome back here anytime, as always. Please do stay safe and take care of yourself out there, especially if I don't get to see you again. And with that, you know, don't mind me. I'm just going to be navigating through hell. User 11 says, I want to go to London and get some English classes. I'm actually thinking about starting to save. Good luck to you, good sir. I hope that works out well for you. And yeah, with that, I'll see you next time. Take care of yourself, and bye-bye. Okay, so we have like the... So are we in like the catacombs? And we've already dealt with the sorcerer? I'm kind of curious. I guess we're gonna find out. Also, all right, we're doing okay on oil, on lantern fuel. Okay, we don't need our lantern in here right this second. Okay, so we're in the catacombs. This right was right into the catacombs, and I think yes. So this is, we have a left and a right catacombs, and we are in, I think, the left-hand catacombs. So if I look, let's first, and my resources are quite low. Yeah, so it's like you either have to outrun it. Damn it. It might be better if I don't take that path again. All right. Let me duplicate this and go back. Okay. I guess if we're gonna do that, oh, I can use the compass to help me out. Okay. So compass, I'm facing north. And I'm facing east if I go this way. So if I do that, this room ought to have a drop down to 5. Yep. So if I face south, we're heading there. So if we face north, okay, got it. So now I just need to mind the path down. Yeah, okay, so I should make a tip or a note about using the compass to, like, let's not die effective immediately. Drink. Use this. That's a dead end. Also, we definitely advanced here and we died on the way there. We should be facing west right now, which means what we actually want to do I don't think we can access that until we get the... Yeah, I don't think we can access this right now. We need to come back when we've got the item that lets us walk 4 seconds on lava. So for now, we can face south, and if we do that, We should drop it. There should be a drop down, and we should be in the area with barrels. Welcome on in, Mr. Jason. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, good sir. And I hope you enjoy your stay. I've been using a map that comes along with the page about it in the Serpentine Depths, or on the page on the wiki to help me navigate this with some success. How are you, if you don't mind my asking, good sir? Okay, so this was the cross room with the barrels. So then this should be we climb up, we'll be headed back toward the Rancor Duelist, so we need to follow the path this way. Mr. Jason says, I am sad that I missed the good sir, Mr. User 11. I read their old wonderful conversation and was going to say, if you're coming to the UK, make sure to save up enough for your plane ticket, accommodation, and then a wonderful hotel chocolat expenditure. That might be a tad expensive. But yeah, I mean, it is an experience that you only get once over in the wonderful countryside that is England. Mr. Jason goes on to say, Mr. Jason is doing really well, good sir. All the better with the fact that you are live. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so this is the room with the Albinorc sorcerers, which I want to drop down to. Hold on, I need to actually go back. Where was this one? Was down there. Just do a quick one. That ought to take care of him. Mr. Jason says, your content is an experience I get to live every day, at least the days you are live, good sir. I appreciate that. Okay, so this will take me down there, and this Albinorc sorcerer will be down here. Yep, down here, so then we want to turn around and come this way. This is the room with the consorts again. So let's see. 3 consorts room. Drop down, deal with the initial catacomb sorcerer. Then after that, we need to. I'm gonna try dipping into the other room. Okay. Cool. Wow. Who would have thunk that sneaking would be a way for us to not have to deal with the catacomb sorcerer again? Okay, so if I double back and roll real quick, I think I can dodge it. Mr. Jason says, I have just helped the amazing Suremu solve an issue with permissions in his Discord server, good sir. And I didn't mind. It is nowhere near as stressful as delving into TCC permissions. Tell me about it. I think, unfortunately, I don't suspect that our good old friends over at the Discord development division are going to help whatsoever with that. They're going to be too busy implementing age verification. Yuck. You made him laugh earlier. How so, Mr. Jason? Okay, I think it's actually over here then. Jump up, head through. Yep. So this ought to be the catacombs right here. Yep, there's our death mark. Okay, let me try not. Mr. Jason says he asked me to choose a game for him to play as he's doing a complete 9 games in one challenge, in 1 month challenge. He chose Ori and the Blind Forest. Oh no, that's a long game, ain't it? That's like a super long game. Don't do that. Okay, I need to think about this. Get the Thawfrost bolus ready. I might want that in circulation. I need to think about what I'm doing here. Will this work on its own? Okay, nope. How am I supposed to dodge this? Sorry, I will definitely keep up with what everyone has to say in a minute. I am super perplexed by how to dodge that particular attack. It's yucky. We've already managed to go through the entire supply of healing flasks for that. Mr. Jason says, and what made him laugh is that I added, or to make it more on brand for you, Ori and the Saremu Blind Forest. Oh no, because he has difficulty spotting things sometimes. Yeah, that sounds on brand. And the Saremu Blind Forest. That's incredible. Okay, so let's see. 2 catacomb sorcerers. Okay, so the opposite facing will be the single catacomb sorcerer. All right, this ought to be the drop down here. Cool. We have defeated another of the 3 rancor skulls. We've exercised another one of the 3, and so we're on our way to deal with the last one now before doing other stuff. Mr. Jason says, I will BRB, good sir. Take your time. You need to get a cup of tea? You've beat me to the punch. Tetley tea it is then. Take your time, good sir. I'll just be here lamenting at how hard it is to dodge the catacomb sorcerers. Oh, it's like a frost orb type effect. Okay, that's kind of cool. These got some cool attacks on them. Kernifer and company really cooked with these, is what I gotta say. The Call of Tibia. To summon one lost in death at that spot that it is thrown. The creature spins and mows down foes in the vicinity 3 times before dissipating. Interesting. And I think I already see what they want us to do. Okay, we probably don't need the lantern while we're right here. Oh. What? Okay, no, you can knock that over, and if you do, that is just the end. You cannot grab the rune piece until next time. Huh, no, you can make it on. All right, now I absolutely have no choice but to make it onto the sconce. I can't, like, cheat. All right, stop jumping without reason. Thank you, coin. I don't need the lantern. Turn it off. Huh, how would one do this? You have to, like, jump at it. You can't jump at it catty corner. I've gotten up here before. Okay, you kind of have to jump. You have to turn around at it. Okay, got it. Okay, so then come in. There's a drop down to the Mariner. I wonder if you have to drop down to get it. I'm gonna try not doing that, but no guarantees, because there's a bunch of different ways this could end up working. Welcome back with your Tetley tea, good sir. We just got finished exploring the initial part of the catacomb section, and am now trying to make a path toward the other section, which will hopefully also be catacombs, but we're gonna find out. So let's start by going this way. Not sure where this leads, other than to death. So let's not do that. And then instead, let's go straight through. Yeah, this should be the other part of the catacomb right here, I think. Mr. Jason says, I hope so. It's a lucky dip for me. I either make it with too much sugar, not enough sugar, or I'm very lucky. I forget I forget to take the tea bag out. Ah, gotcha. Man, three bots today. All bots over on Kick. Yuck. Okay, so then what ended up being in here? Oh, is this that? Oh, let's be supremely careful in here. Oh, this is the back at the... Okay, we gotta go. We have to actually climb through the sections again. Yep, this is it. Okay, so I think to access the rest, we actually have to drop down. There we go. Okay. This should bring us back to the initial room. Right. Yes, it does. Okay. So if we head off this way, we should be in the correct location. This cup of tea doesn't have enough sugar.
You hear that off in the distance,
Unfortunate.
my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Welcome to CoinStan. Have you been enjoying the live and or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server, because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Coffee, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me and I will tell you where you can find the best deals. No matter which platform we're talking about, you'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you check those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content.
Sorry about that, folks, but thank you for putting up with that and for putting up with me. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour. In about the next 3.5 minutes, we will, 4 or 3.5 minutes. There will be a commercial. There will be commercials if you're on Twitch. Whether you are using an ad blocker or not, I highly recommend that we all take a break during that together. I'm going to be doing the same thing. That'll make the break pass by faster. There's even a little timer on the screen to show you how long the break lasts. It might be a second off sync today, though. But regardless, you know, spend that time however you want, because once that time is over, the commercials will be over. We will pick up where I will have returned, and we'll pick up where we left off. It's really just that simple. I believe I am now lost. Mr. Jason says, well, those are all very viable options, good sir. I got the best deal 11 months ago. You're talking about, you're talking about the where to find the best finger tingling deals anywhere. I hear ya. I appreciate that, good sir. Look, I wouldn't make the sales pitch if I didn't have to. Promise. So we're back at the barrels, which means we should now be able to drop down into the Albinoric Sorcerer Chamber again. Should be what's going on here. Just drop down like so. And then I think it is this... Is it this hole in here? I don't think so, because... If I face south... No, that should be correct. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. I was saying that the best deal was when I found your wonderful channel. Thank you, good sir. Okay, we killed the consort, so... Yep, this is correct. Which means we should be in the correct room, so... Yeah, then we're going to jump up here, go back into the catacomb room, and we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait. Before we drop down, because I'm almost certain that we are not going to have the necessary resources for it, and we're going to have to we're gonna have to die and reset. Speaking of you know, waiting, see you guys after the break. I am back. Hopefully we all had a wonderful commercial break. Welcome on in, Lily Plays SZ. I'll call you Lily if that's all right. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. The game is going great. We are doing some routing through Elden Ring Reforged for a challenge run that I intend on doing after the routing is finished, more than anything. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, good sir. Oh, did it do that? No, okay, cool. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin, good sir. Thank you. Welcome back to you as well. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, the internet, mostly Reddit, the internet is today in an uproar because Sony has just pushed out an announcement saying that from January 2028, they are no longer making physical games at all. Mr. Jason isn't angry. Heck, Mr. Jason isn't even disappointed. For I'll get to save lots of wonderful money now. But okay, good sir, I have a question for you, and this is like a interesting thought experiment. What if all the game companies do that? What if they all, for whatever reason, like especially let's be charitable and say the reason for this is due to declining resources. What would you propose? What would you do then? Would you not purchase anything? Or would you at some point recognize that things are probably not reversing course, and how would you examine your own principles, I guess, is the question I'm wanting to ask there, if such a thing were to be true. In the meantime, we're gonna drop down, and if I'm looking at my map right, we're gonna drop down directly into the Mariner fight. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason will give up buying new games altogether and just spend more wonderful time with Mr. Coin the good sir. I'm flattered. I feel like your answer would be to like game on PC more than anything, because on PC you already don't have physical discs, right? Like through Steam or GOG or the Epic Store, you already don't have the discs to worry about. So would you expect to buy more computer titles in a case like that, or is that not where your gaming interest is? Mr. Jason says, no, good sir, I won't rent games. I would give up. No, I don't mean rent. Unless you see purchasing digital titles through Steam as renting, and in which case, fine. But I'm talking about like purchasing games for a Steam library or something. Although maybe I should qualify what rent. I should ask for a qualification of what rent means. And in the meantime, while that conversation is cooking, it's probably time for us to lock in, because the Tibia Mariner is a real boss, whereas the Duelist was a real boss. The Frenzied Flame Troll was not a real boss. Mr. Jason says digital games are renting. Yes, good sir. Okay, so that was the qualifier I was waiting for. Sony is also, from September, getting rid of people's purchased movies on Sony PlayStation consoles. Heck, nabbit. Sony, you were doing good by doing nothing. Why did you do this? Shareholder capitalism, everybody. This is what I got to say about, shareholder capitalism.
Disappear, you ungodly cur. Disappear, you ungodly cur.
Just insert the spam that soundboard bit ad nauseum here. Just yuck. Gross. Gross. And it didn't have to be this way, but the AI data centers are in large part what is forcing things to be that way. Like I said the other day, good sir, there are positives to digital, though. When Mr. Coin is streaming, Mr. Coin is technically digital, and Mr. Jason is really happy. Fair enough, good sir. Yeah, I suppose streaming would be considered digital consumption, yes. Geronimo. Okay, we have not dropped down into what I thought that would be. I'm a little confused as to where I am currently. Illusory wall? Nope. No, this is the arena itself, though. Okay, so before we... Oh, this guards the lever. Is that what's going on, video game? Okay. You guys are about to get an awesome treat to a it's a throwback to Dark Souls 1. If anyone does not know what kind of throwback I'm talking about, I will, or what kind of throwback is on the screen, I'll explain it after the boss is dead, or after the small boss here is dead. Mr. Jason says, I already got an awesome treat 2 hours ago, good sir. I appreciate that, good sir. With any luck, the spectacle of the rancorous Tibia Mariner will also be a treat as well. Also, let me not do a stupid and not die with that many runes on me. Instead, die with only that many runes on me. Let's excise the last rancorous spirit and get right to it. Okay. Okay, it goes through the pillar. Okay, dodged. All right, I absolutely got tipped, and rightfully so for that. Mr. Jason says, be careful, good sir. Water is super effective against fire. I know that was sarcasm and not a joke, but it still counts. Okay, this time we actually have flasks on us, so I think one of the things I'm really gonna have to lock in on is, like, I really need to, like, limit my fighting through here and only fight, like, minimal enemies inside the Serpentine depths. One of those is the Catacomb Sorcerers. Those absolutely have to get fought and DPS down before I lose a whole bunch of health and flasks to them. Outside of that, the throwback, by the way, was to Dark Souls 1, the boss Gwendolyn very specifically, because in that fight, you have to In that fight, you are gotta be careful. Yeah, in that fight, you are out trying to catch up with Gwendolyn as they're running away from you. Okay. I did not run away in time. All right, run away. Just back off. Let them run. Run. No, get close, get close, get close. I couldn't really see that well. This feels like the... Nope. Never mind. Bye. The ancient rancor flame. Oh, so these are 3 different ones. Thank you for the GGs. Yeah, okay, so this one, it was our ticket out. And so now we need to navigate our way back up. And maybe the other gates will also have opened, allowing us to like get out of here and get some of the other items that were inside. So let's see, if we look in here, climb up. Rune piece at the end of the arena. Wait. You can drop down, back down in here. All right. Rune piece is the, do we need to go all the way to the end to get it? Well, so I guess it's kind of stinky. Also, good sir, I'm just pointing you to a joke above. Ah. Sir Jason says, I hope that you are prepared, good sir. I would hate if you were going out of your depths. Hardy har har. Oh, okay. I guess it could be worse. I mean, you know, one rune piece won't kill me, but I don't know how much more like dodging I could have reasonably done given the task at hand. Hello. I was about to say, pick it up, video game. Pick it up. Okay, so we have the tombstone sword keys for a chair. Okay, yes, so we need to get this while we're here. We won't want to come back in the future. Mr. Jason says, what enthralls me the most, good sir, is that this is just routing. You have another entire playthrough. Yup. That is correct. That is correct. There is a good reason why people do not... the game is so big without bonus stuff added that you literally cannot route them together unless you do any %. Okay, so... We need the item we get from here in order to grab some of those other items then. Okay. Learning has occurred. And this is like one of 3 bonus dungeons. One of 3 little bonus dungeons. Mr. Jason says, I either go glaze % or glaze maxing. You're usually a glaze maxer, good sir, if I may be so bold. You are either doing the glaze % or the glaze maxing. I get you. I believe that is a catacomb sorcerer. That is utterly incorrect. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, get out of that. No. Stop that. Don't spam any more of that contrived nonsense. Yuck. Absolutely not. Anything through here? No. No illusory walls to speak of. Okay. So we've got all the rancor flames. We already turned in the first one, so we only have we only need to turn in the rest. And then we can get defeat the boss to get the other item. Oh yeah, this was on the... This technically needs to go with the rancor duelist split. 1 second. Whoops, that is also incorrect. Actually, yeah, 2 of these are deaths to the thing itself, and then 2 more were from earlier. Okay. All right. That's all been adjusted. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, good sir, I've expanded my spendings for when I go away from 170 pounds to 250 pounds with 180 in savings and a wonderful $50 note. Awesome. Submit the offerings to the Skull God. Forsaken rancor flame. Pained wails sound throughout the chamber." I'm sorry, not dollars, pounds. A 50-pound note. Sorry, my brain didn't turn on there, Mr. Jason. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. All that sort of thing. The ritual is complete, granting passage. Favor of the devoured. Scorching essence of the wrathful dead, wrought from the pits of Mount Gelmir, grants limited protection while treading through magma. Duration is brief, but resets after some time on solid ground. Activates passively while held in inventory. Shackled by the hexes of the Lord of Blasphemy, these spirits smolder with lingering hatred, quickening their bearer toward the architect of their suffering. The dead have risen to grant them passage. Okay. Well, the dead may have risen to grant us passage, but what I don't know for sure is... Oh, we have to go a different way in order to deal with this. Okay. So from here... There's a drop down? Yeah, there's like a drop down. So we like, but not here. Huh. That's weird. Mr. Jason says, I'm wondering if my family will approve of me taking my talking flower away on holiday. That sounds like a troll for sure. Definitely not. I fear the talking flower might become the talking dumpster if you take it with you, good sir. Maybe think twice. Okay, and then we go through here. Yeah, the consort's bonfire. I need to know this for science. I need to know if this, not only if this activates, but also where the openings are. Okay, we have, yep, I knew this would happen. Yeah, so we can't do that. I think that passage actually takes us underneath that chasm, like we never actually passed through it. Okay. Mr. Jason says, duly noted. I will send him to you for the weekend. I trust that you will look after him, good sir. Of course. He will be promptly watered and taken care of. Yeah, I'm not getting that death mark back. All right, so from the consort's bonfire, we need to basically run, deal with the bound Albinoric Screamer. And then head, nope, that's gonna, no, yeah, that should we should still be able to pass through. Okay. Man, they're getting better. Thank you for the assist on that, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. Yeah, they're getting really brazen. They're bypassing like typical protections. All right, so pass through here. There's only one way in and out of this room, and that's back to the bound Albinoric. Taking a huge hit, which I knew would happen. Mr. Jason's a little sad. Good sir, why is that? Nope. Get back, get back, get back, get back. Just get all the way back. Mr. Jason has 16 days before Funds Day. Ah, so you're sad thinking about it is what I understand that to mean. Well, I mean, have no fear. You'll probably have many joyous times both before and afterward, right? And plenty of things to do even without spending money, I'm sure. Okay, so this was the room with the sniper. So now if I orient my compass correctly, yeah, that ought to bring us back to the consort's bonfire. So then we make a left here. There's a rune piece there. Oh. Rune piece in lava corner. Oh, and yeah, you drop down from some other place here. Mr. Jason says, but to be fair, good sir, I have the holiday coming up, and then the Super Mario Galaxy movie pre-orders due in 19 days anyway. I mean, exactly. You've already framed this really well. You're constantly looking for, you're constantly trying to like fill your mind with something else. Okay, so if I look at it that way, south has nothing. So if I go this way, this should just be a long passage back over to the other room. Also, let me put back on my FP conservation gear. Mr. Jason says, and then many Mr. Coin streams in between. Many streams. Yes, sir. That much is true. Nice. And yeah, there was another guy up there. Let me that was stupid close for entirely no reason. Let's turn on a light and not do that again. All right, so we had the guy. He's either... he's up here. Okay. Take your time, good sir. I'll just be navigating my way back up with the Dark Sorcerers. Yeah, so this is one of the ones that's not listed on the map for some strange reason. So we like come up here, and this will be the 3 consorts room, right? Yes. This will be the 3 consorts room. So then while that's happening... Oh, except I don't want that this time. Yeah, I actually don't want this room that time. Huh, is there actually a way forward from that then? I don't think so. I think I actually have to turn around. And go back through the Albinoric sniper room? Yeah, I have to do this. I have to walk all the way through. Dipping my toe in won't hurt me, but other stuff is not necessarily the case. So if I face east, this puts me in the lava, the room with the lava, with the rune piece in the corner. Oh, yeah, it's... I feel like I'm gonna lose my capture card real soon. Okay, so I like... So not there. Not there. There would be... Okay, I need to actually do a hard reset. I need to actually wait 10 seconds. All right, let's try that again. Or what I think is 10 seconds anyway. Okay, so this is the passage, because like heading straight north is in fact the... Let me not do that. Heading straight north will yield the passageway with the consort's bonfire. We don't want that. Oh no, get all the way out of that. Get all the way out of that. Nope, 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 nope. Absolutely not. Okay, so we like... Now we kind of like head up. And... So I head this way, where what do we end up with? We end up with a drop down on this side. And is this just going to take us back to the No, it's not. Oh, I think this might be it right here. Yep, it sure is. And I know there is a bound... Yeah, there's a bound Albinoric right there. Let's get him out of here. Oh, I'm dead. Yep. That's fine. Okay, so then to get back to that, that's actually pretty easy to get back to, actually. Just dip through here, take care of the bound Albinoric. Yeah, take care of the bound Albinoric. Before I lose too many things to it. Like lose too many resources to it, and then deal with the rest accordingly. How are we looking on oil? We have 15. Yeah, I need to keep my oil stores up while we're in here. Drop through. I know there is a serpent spawn in here. Which there was. I was correct. Yeah, okay, so we were in the final room before the boss. Okay. Yep. So that'll be this right here. Massive view plus pull BT instant boost. Man, can we like trash that? And I'm going to ban them. Just so many spam bots on their platform. Yucky. It's so yuck. It's super gross. All right, so we're back at this room again. So we need to deal with the Gelmir rock belly. What the heck? Okay, now this time I'm not getting caught by the loot in the room. What I should have done was gone over there first and then cut back through. Yep, because this would have given me... All right, if that'll do it. That's got it. Good. All right, last stop. Oh, wait, this is the connection right here? That's incredible. Yeah, let's not do that. Buried audience pathway. Wait. But that should have been... Okay, so maybe it's through here. Maybe this is the boss. I'm not 100% sure. Buried audience pathway. Is this not just the path right to Rykard? Sorry, I'm having to look at this, is what this is. Yeah, is this just not the audience pathway? Maybe I need like an actual real map. Let me do that. Okay, so if I zoom into the appropriate spot, and I have Sights of Grace turned on, Okay. I'm gonna trust this. But I don't think I should. Where am I? I've no clue. You just bought some wonderful popcorn? Good sir, awesome. What kind? If and you don't mind my asking, is it like a regular, you know, salty snack, or is it something else? Sweet and salty. Popcorn don't do great with my teeth, so you know, I usually pass on popcorn, but the important bit is that you like it. All right, it's boss time. Mr. Jason says, and with the fire ring, good sir, could you in theory do a battle or war of attrition? Yeah, that is basically my strategy ever since I got this spell, is just run away. Okay, I now know that there is a ground attack. Okay, I have learned. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, I'll be my wonderful holiday in less than 48 hours. Well, even though it won't have your favorite activities in it, I do hope it'll be a wonderful holiday nonetheless. It'll be good to go somewhere new. Maybe that's how I'm experiencing it. more than anything else. Unfortunately, I would have to make the trek all over again if I wanted to readjust spells here. Oh, this was a bad time to start this. This was a super bad time to start this. Yeah, yep, nope. As that was the correct call. I should have just died there. Let's wait at the stake before we make another attempt at this. Yep, that's absolutely the best call. We'll wait.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Thank you guys so incredibly much for hanging out with me up to this point. You guys have been awesome. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour. To the left of my camera in the top right hand corner will be a timer when that time comes. That will indicate how long the break lasts. I encourage us to take a break together during that time, as I will be getting up, getting a stretch, refilling my beverages, and doing other stuff. So I encourage you guys to spend that time doing, whatever it is you feel like you need to do during those 3 minutes, because none of us want to sit here and look at advertisements, right? But regardless of how you spent your time, when those 3 minutes are up, I'll have returned to my desk. I will wow, that is like a couple of them. They are absolutely just spamming it up today. Those are a couple of bands, really quick and simple bands. And let me just delete these. What I'm going to do, good sir, Mr. Jason says, is eagerly anticipate your return. I appreciate that, good sir. I look forward to coming back because we've got an awesome fight to navigate through. Oh, I guess the buried audience pathway lets us readjust spells here now that I'm thinking on it. Yeah, you know what? We should do that. We should try to put ourselves in a better position than before and get rid of a bunch of unnecessary spells I don't need. But yeah, after those 3 minutes, the commercial break will be over and we'll pick right back up where we left off. All that fun stuff. This has been an awesome dungeon. It's been confusing, and we're certainly not 100% done with it yet. But with any luck, it won't take us too long to have it figured out, and especially for future runs where I kind of need to get really good at navigating. I need to get really good at navigating where to go next without looking at a map so much. I kind of have no idea what that's going to entail quite yet. And then after that, unfortunately, I think we're gonna have to go find some mid-game farm spots for the golden amalgam. We're desperately running quite low on our ability to make hard runes, and we cannot have that happening. We also need to farm some blazing substance because we're also getting quite low on those. So our work's definitely going to be cut out for us once we're done with the dungeon. But it's been an exciting 48 hours. I've been anticipating when we were going to get to the bonus stuff that I was not familiar with for Reforged, because when I did this last time, before Mr. Jason was here, these dungeons were not a thing. They did not exist. They were released as part of the 2.0 patch. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing the rest of the bonus dungeons for 2.0 for base game and beyond. There are 2 other ones, and I am keen on not knowing what those are quite yet. I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, I fear that the commercial break will be coming up any second now. So thank you guys so much, and I will see you guys after that break. Thanks. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. Now we're too far down. Thank you, Mr. Jason, as always. We had some message on the screen for like half a second. More spam bots? Yeah, more spam bots. KickCX seems to catch them about half the time, and the other half they get through from commandeered or hacked accounts. So the hit rate makes sense, given everything that's happened. Hopefully, you all had a wonderful commercial break. My apologies for the lateness. I had to clean up a spill from getting some tea. Sweet tea, to be specific. Are you ready to workshop a boss? I think I'm ready to workshop a boss. I'm ready. I'm ready to die a million times to get it right. Sorry. You know, despite the high tension and stress, this is fun. I like it. This is the first of a few times that the game has offered me something that was not just a retooled, like a retooled dragon or some other boss with like a few abilities attached to it. The Flame Lost Knights are good. I like them. Time to tell these knights to go night night. Sleep tight.
Sure, Jan.
Anyway, see you guys on the other side of this. Oh, nope, don't stand in front of it. Don't stand in front of it. Okay, so running away is severely punished by this boss. You really don't want to do that if you don't have to. I feel like Blood Boon might be the better spell here. Mr. Jason says it's time to drop it on the boss. Hey, Mr. Coin? It is. It is. And, ultimately, let's see, what we want to do is I have to go to my generic soundboard here. We want to tell the boss this.
Night night, sleep tight.
That's ultimately what we want to have happen. Night night, sleep tight. Yeah, night night, sleep tight. You're awful, Coin. You're awful.
Sure, Jan.
Oh, this is fun. This is exhilarating. I am loving this. I'm loving every second of it, even. I'm awful at making jokes. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Okay, so far so good. Thankfully we have a second so I can ban all these spam bots today. I might need you to keep an extra eye on Kick today if you don't mind, Mr. Jason. If that is a problem for you, no worries. But I get the feeling they're gonna bother us a lot today. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. Okay, so there's like an extra delay, an extra slight delay with that attack. It's meant to act as a roll catcher. Got it. And I can't wait to, I believe there are 3 Flame Lost Knights. It just based on like the room, like the way the rooms are leading up. So I'm wondering what weapon the 3rd one's gonna use. Probably like a great sword or something would be my guess. I ran into the projectile. Okay. It is not a particularly great flask count to have into the second one. I'm dead. Yeah, running, you really don't want to run away. This boss severely punishes that more than other bosses have in the past. You want to like find some balance between running away and not running away. I need to find what moves specifically punish keeping close. All right. Okay, yep, nope, every time. Gonna make that mistake until I stop doing that. Just wait a second and then dodge. Okay, so if we thought we were getting out of this dungeon today, think again. I can already tell you, I'm gonna need to spend a bit of time workshopping this, and it's likely gonna take me the rest of the stream to do it. I'm being really realistic with my chances of survival on this. Okay, yeah, that if he hits with that with the charge, that's an automatic 2-hit combo. And the stab is a specific roll catcher. Yeah, yep. You really cannot. Yeah, you really can't even be slow for half a second. You cannot. I'm sort of wondering if I need to do the elemental damage, elemental booster again, because I need the mobility that badly. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, it is with deep regret that I've had to remove, to not the fault of the games themselves, 12 Sony PlayStation 4 games and 7 Sony PlayStation 5 games from my collection. And it is more unfortunate that, according to Does It Play, the game Yakuza Like a Dragon Day 1 Edition forces an update, as that website says, and I quote, features a game-breaking bug in Chapter 2 right before going into the hotel via the manhole. The game will endlessly load the next level, and there's no progressing beyond this point. Yeah, that sounds awful. That sounds awful. I'm not sure what the game companies are doing, where they think they can peddle that trash, but that's not okay. That is terrible. Nothing to do but get back to it. Okay, better. Better. I do like that. Imagine an Elden Ring Super Mario Maker 2 Troll Creators mod, good sir. You could use the ability to call forth a troll creator to remove an enemy or boss from existence. But in exchange, the next dungeon will be altered to be more trolly. Thoughts, good sir? There's kind of a game like that already. It's called Elden Ring The Ascension. It puts bosses out into the overworld and makes enemies really unfair. But it doesn't, it's really hard to change dungeon layouts in from soft titles, especially Elden Ring. It's really hard to do that. Okay. Yeah, there's no, that's really hard. If I deflect, I probably could have a better chance with this, but then I have to relearn lots of stuff, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, but I like if there were a way to make like a level editor in this, I could see it. I could easily see that it would be really difficult to justify, but doable. Mr. Jason says, I agree, good sir. It would be difficult to change the dungeon layouts, but troll creators can do anything. Don't worry, good sir. I'm sure that there's at least someone that'll be on the case after, you know, they're done putting boobs and everything. Because that's currently the craze right now. It's just, what if boss, but giant boobay. Nice. I should have just died to that, if I'm being honest. Okay, we're gonna stand here a second and regenerate. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, on this coin stamp tries that you were considering, Mr. Jason already has a wonderful recommendation for you. I shall put it in the hallowed halls if you have the appropriate area for it. But Mr. Jason would love to see Questmaster. Feel free to put it in the game suggestions, because that is one of the spots that I am taking things from. Especially because not everything in the game suggestions list is, well, I don't know if it'll necessarily do great. But outside of that, you could put it in the benefits general discourse since we are currently discussing it. Your choice. But either of these areas work, especially if we're wanting it to be a little bit more permanent. Oh, that's stamina, not FP. Why did I think that was FP? That's fine. Okay, yeah, that definitely wasn't gonna work. Nothing to do but try again. We can deal with the first. Welcome on in, Grunge. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in on what is unfortunately the boss of the dungeon workshop hour. I am attempting to figure out all the particulars of how this custom Elden Ring Reforged boss even works. I'm sorry you're tired, for what that's worth. Then feel free to sit back and enjoy me getting butt whipped to boss over and over. I'm glad it was a good day regardless, though. Great Vineyard sounds fun. I take it that's well, right, you're still this is part of your, like, college work, yeah? Is that accurate? Also, I should definitely not be using rune arcs until I'm a little bit more familiar with the boss. Yeah, that timing was all wrong. I didn't know Grunge says I didn't know Dark Messiah was penny cheap when I made that thread, but glad it was. Yeah, I would not have pounced if it were not $2 and like 47 cents. That's an amazing bargain. That I can buy. Me too. You go on to say this was actually you helping your teacher at the farm she lives at. Nice. I'm sure she's appreciative of that. Do you get to take home any vintage or grapes from time to time? Or is it all for like a business venture or something she's part of? Yep. That could be a 4-hit combo. I will be able to reply a little bit more aptly in a second. Never mind, I'll do it now. Mr. Jason says, I think that might be a resounding no, good sir, to the talking flower coming on holiday. Yeah, your folks are keenly aware of what that flower does. Probably your dad more than anyone, if I had to peg a guess, but that's just me. Grunge says the game is like fighting orcs by abusing source engine physics. The typical might and magic experience. To my knowledge, there's a content creator who's in the UK. His name is Kikoskia, and I've been watching some of his content for a while. And he's done the might and magic. He's done multiple entries in the might and magic series, and the amount of jank abuse that has to go on sometimes is truly otherworldly. The best weapon is the kick button, and but the magic can do stuff like put ice on the ground and watch them slip around. That's funny. It sounds hilarious. Grunge says, so the grapes are only juvenile. I was basically just tying new shoots into a trellis. Ah, okay. Mr. Jason says, most people watch content. I much prefer Quaintent. Well, you're getting plenty of Quaintent right now, good sir, in the form of conversation and wiping face all at the same time. This is like the classic coin stamp experience. Me talking while I'm also trying to not die to bosses over and over. Okay, I probably should just die right here, but we're never gonna workshop bosses if I do that. Yeah, I'm gonna die here. That's I actually should have just not even bothered. Also, I'm quite sure I did not count the previous death, so I need to do that. Grunches, maybe one day most people will watch Quaintent. I will be a dead man, and America will be dead. If it isn't dead already by the time that happens. But that is the cynical ravings of a 34-year-old person. Don't mind me. What's up, Mr. Jason? Since you're saying, by the way. You have 25 sealed Nintendo Switch games in one pile? Nice! And that pile is just duplicates? Grunge says 34 is young. I know. I'm being facetious. I mean, I'm not trying to speak like I'm 50 quite yet. But I already feel 50. If I could put an experience to that, I feel like in just 2 years, I've seen just so much history fly by. It's not funny. And none of it good. None of it good. It's mostly just... if Idiocracy was a... If Idiocracy was like... Or if 1984... were in real life, this would be what I'm feeling right now. Balshek says he feels like an old man and he's only 1 year younger than you. Oh, so that puts you squarely at 30 then. Yeah, welcome to the 30 club. It's a nice club. You know, if you're in any other place but where I am. Mr. Jason said, wait. Oh, older, not younger, older. Never mind. Never mind. I misread that one little word. One little word. Yeah, he'll be in the 30 club soon enough. It's a nice club if you're not in a hellscape. But older in soul. Fair enough. I feel about the same way, just move some numbers around. Mr. Jason says, on Saturday, the 4th of July, I have a chance to get an Inteleon with Snipe Shot as well as a shiny Gimme Ghoul. I don't like the combo that implies. Ew. Is that American imperialism in my Pokemon game? Then again, you know, what's one imperial bit of propaganda to another former imperial empire, right? Sorry. Well, I should probably take that hat off for today. At least somewhat off for today. I'm not dodging right. And yeah, see, I shouldn't have cast there because I know they can just follow up with, I know they can just follow up again. They can restart the middle of the combo chain. Yep. This guy's a menace? He is. They're all menaces. I was about to say, did the game not tell me I died? That's usually a FromSoft staple right there. But yeah, this is a custom boss. I feel like I'm screwing up to just random, you know, coin is not judging spacing right problems, but that's just me. Yeah, it's exactly what it feels like. I'm just not tapping the dodge button fast enough. I will read all of that in a moment. All right, we have a second. The attacks that get you, Grunge is saying, the attacks that get you, I think, come within your range quicker than you anticipate. Yeah, and especially in the first, in like the first 30%, because the room's pitch black and you can't see. So you have to sort of anticipate the attacks. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is hoping that it is similar to when Mr. Jason was hunting for shiny Meltan in April, good sir. Mr. Jason got his second shiny Meltan and he was just grinding for Meltan candy, and then the game said, here, 4 more shiny Meltan. Tis the hope. Tis the hope that the hunt for the Inteleon with the special ability will go over, and the Gimme Ghoul will go over smoothly. Grunge says I was never good at these games. They played Dark Souls 1 through 3 for 15 hours each. Oh, Dark Souls is child's play compared to this. But they're not any less hard. Grunge says I'd like to play Bloodborne sometime. I'd have to get a PlayStation. Yup. I'm waiting for when Sony finally stops making Bloodborne exclusive, but they're never gonna do it while they're busy being an evil corpo. That's never happening. You super yuck. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir, for it is a special gimme ghoul. It is a 10th anniversary coin gimme ghoul, and Mr. Jason has until the end of July. Nice. Grunge says that one has the most appealing aesthetic to me. Maybe Duskbloods would be up your alley then, because it's got like a similar aesthetic to it. And I hear Duskbloods is passable. It's serviceable. It does the job. All right. The game is not wanting me to press that button right now. So I'm not going to. Oh, if you're gonna spam this, continue. Feel free. I'll read that, all of that in a hot minute. Don't you ever tire, Spear Knight? Gotcha. Okay, I can take a second and read. Starting with the purple lamp. Grunge says it's funny. I've been reading Lord of the Rings the past few weeks, and whenever I see anything fantasy themed like this, the whole thing is just like, yeah, that's where all came from. Still, yeah, it's like the origins of the universe, right? Or origins of the world, right? Everything was fire, so to speak. Mr. Jason says, wow, good sir. I was just about to transfer a Charmander that hatched from Mr. Jason's 1 kilometer egg. In Pokemon Go. Was just about to click on the Pokemon itself, and Mr. Jason noticed that it was a shiny Charmander. Nice. So Mr. Jason is keeping it. Awesome. And you also hatched a shiny Fuecoco a few weeks back. Man, you're just rolling in shinies. All kinds of shinies. That's just great. All right, let's use a rune arc, because I have no idea what to expect next. So we had a sword, we had a lance or a spear, and then we have Oh God, no! Why? Why? Okay. Oh, deliver me unto oblivion. And it's twin great swords. Why? Why are you like this video game? That is a bad time. Yep, bad, yuck, gross, disgusting. Now I know that what those are. All right. Grunge says, well, just like the thing with evil knights and massive monsters with volcanoes and mountains and magic, it's all coming from like Tolkien inventing an entire genre. Yeah. I wish I could say Mount Gilmere was like that, but it's not. There's a volcano later that's a little bit closer to that, and that's at the snow top of the, or I'm sorry, it is at the, sorry, I'm trying to think of what that is supposed to be. It's either the Snowtop Mountains. I can look it up. I should look it up. Or it's not the Consecrated Snowfield, because that has Elfale in it. I can even look it up right here. That is... Oh, it's the Mountaintop of the Giants. That's what it is. Okay. Sorry, I had this map out earlier while I was trying to find whether or not we were accidentally bumping into Rykard, but we're not. Grunge says you might be better doing some other bosses for a bit and coming back to this guy. I think a break from him would make him easier next time. Well, I don't feel like I'm hitting a wall yet. I will definitely take your advice into account, but I don't feel like I'm hitting a wall yet. I wasn't expecting great swords. I was expecting a great sword, not dual great swords. This is like it's like a callback to a couple of different night bosses from previous Dark Souls, which I'm getting the sense that the dungeon is like a love letter to like earlier Dark Souls titles, which is cool. I quite enjoy it. You can resume that mid combo. Yep, I was afraid of that. Okay, that was kind of bad. Oh, I was about to say he's surely going to leap in, right? But he's not going to do that. Okay. We can actually sit here and regen a second. And while that's happening, I hate to have to step away here, but thank goodness the game does not put us on a timer for fighting these one at a time. I need to answer one of nature's calls. I gotta go to the restroom. I will be right back in just a moment. Sorry about that. I'm back. Might as well sit here and shoot the breeze a second. It's actually really nice that you get like an extended trio of fights like this where you can kind of take your time and you know, think about what your next course of action is going to be. It's really rare that you get this in Elden Ring. You usually have to fight like enemies like this back to back, like with Fia's champions or something. You get like maybe 2 to 3 seconds before the next guy like already spawns in ready to go. Besides, we can actually time this so that we're not going into this like you know, mid battle or something. We can time it better. That sort of thing. What did I know, good sir? Oh, Mr. Jason says, oh, and here Mr. Jason thought that the origin of the universe was due to troll creators. Well, I did know it, but thank you for telling me again. I actually like the boss fight. What do you guys think so far? I think the boss fight's been glorious. Very well, Mr. Jason. Take your time.
Off in the distance by senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Welcome to Coin Stand. Have you been enjoying the live and or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful. to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Coffee, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me, and I will tell you where you can find the best deals, no matter which platform we're talking about. You'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you checked those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content.
Sorry about that. I am back. Hopefully we all had a wonderful commercial break. And that our... oh, yep, okay. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says, in another stream, good sir, someone said, I don't know about the origin, but the answer to life, the universe, and everything is 42. And I said, indeed, 42. And troll creators. And imagine if there were 42 troll level creators. I don't... that is a collab only the most adroit and fastidious of troll level creators could dream of. Only the most dedicated would be willing to do a 42-man collab for that. Oh, let me get right to it. Okay, that is a new attack. Come on, do the jumping attack, which you did earlier. No, now you're just doing like a vertibird crash type attack. I'll read that when I can. Wow. Yep, new attack. New attack is new. What can I say? I didn't see any of those other moves. I wonder where they came from, where in the attack chain they came from. Still don't feel like I hit a wall. I feel like I didn't experience the... I feel like I got lucky is what I did. Mr. Jason says, and some of those troll creators are particularly evil. Some have made 95 levels. Insert shocked Pikachu face here. Indeed, Mr. Jason, some of them have made 95 troll levels. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try stripping down and let's say I want to make a deal with the devil and put on the elemental attack talisman right here, right now. We have an equip load of 8 pounds, which should be more than enough. Oh yeah, I'm a lot more vulnerable. I'll read all that when I can. Okay, I'll go back and catch up with chat here. Mr. Jason says, speaking of Crash, good sir, Mr. Jason, through Does It Play, found out the Crash Bandicoot, Bandicoot would be funny. Bandicoot Insane Trilogy is also not fully on the disc, good sir. The 2018 reprint is, but Mr. Jason doesn't have the 2018 reprint. Does it play? Will it blend? Oh, how am I gonna deal with the reduced cast speed? Bandicoot. Sorry, I swear I'm not 12. It's funny. Anyway, I feel like I've got enough to work with FP wise. Let's go. All right, he might do the... Nope, never mind. Never mind. I feel like the better answer would be to give up the FP regen rather than the cast speed. I feel like I need the cast speed here. I'm a little too vulnerable without that. Let's try... Instead of the cast speed, or removing the cast speed, let's try getting rid of the stamina regen and see what happens. If I have to get rid of the FP regen, I guess that probably might be the smart thing to do, but we're, you know, experimentation. That was a waste of FP. While we sit here and regen a bit. Mr. Jason says, for Sony PlayStation 4, good sir, the games that are not fully on disc are Grand Theft Auto, I have to look at the actual chat. The Grand Theft Auto, the Trilogy Definitive Edition, Spyro Reignited Trilogy, Gran Turismo Sport, Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, LA Noire, Ni no Kuni 2, Revenant Kingdom, yuck. Dreams, Yakuza Like a Dragon, Mafia Trilogy, Cyberpunk 2077, Judgment, and the Nier Automata Game of the Yorha Edition are all not fully on disc. That's terrible. Not much to do but just let this kind of regenerate. hopefully people like buck naked or almost buck naked, you know, outside of like a not quite a thong. I'm not sure what this is, or I don't remember what it is, but regardless, we're going to be seeing it for a while, possibly. Okay, I think we got enough here that I can work with it. What? How? But I cast it. Okay. Work in progress. Okay, so there's like a tiny little bit of a delay here. Yuck. Yep. I shouldn't have even been thinking about chat. I shouldn't have even been thinking about it. That's exactly what got me there. I darted my eyes for 0.2 seconds, and that was enough for me to like lose concentration. Mr. Jason says a bunch of scribbled out messages. For Sony PlayStation 5, good sir, the games that are not fully on disc are Lego Star Wars, The Skywalker Saga, Judgment, Horizon Forbidden West, Hogwarts Legacy, Yick, God of War Ragnarok, Gran Turismo 7, and Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales. Yep. That would be what I would expect. Yep. About the same size of list, too. Or at least the titles made it feel like the same size of list anyway. I think I'm ready to put some more attempts with a rune arc. I maybe should die here. Yeah, just die here. That's fine. But too much health lost in like the first few seconds. Stop popping rune arcs on the first boss. Pop it on the final boss. Mr. Jason says, ironically, Marvel Spider-Man on Sony PlayStation 4 is fully on the disc. So that's like a reflection of how long they don't pop a rune arc, you dolt. Leave it for the final boss. The final part of the boss. Yeah, so that clearly indicates when the decision was made to follow what everyone else was doing, and you know, stop putting games fully on disc. Too late on the swing. and then the follow-up ensures if I ducked the first one, I was getting giga punished by the last one. Okay, don't try to DPS the boss. Run. There we go. We can sit here and regenerate a second. I know I can do it if I just don't make any errors or don't make too many unforced errors. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason has noticed a difference already, good sir. For so far, Mr. Jason has only received one video game this year, and that was back in January, Animal Crossing's New Horizon Nintendo Switch 2 edition, which unlike most games these days is the complete opposite to where the first release was bare bones and anything was on the cartridge. But the Nintendo Switch 2 edition has the version 3.0 on the cartridge, which means that the entire game is now on cartridge. Nice. Yeah, that's not really something you could say too much about. Go ahead and drink. I'll use a third casting of Bestial Vitality here. Yeah, I think there are some decades-long plans that are final. This is me putting my conspiracy tinfoil hat on. I think there are. I think we're witnessing multiple decades of plans coming together where you first make humans dependent on social media and online contact, and then you slowly turn it all to poison, such that humanity kills the trust in itself. And when humans can't trust each other, the species dies, which may be one of the biggest attack vectors on the whole the carbon we want to reduce is you like attack plan. Mr. Jason says, you see, good sir, provided that it isn't scummy cut content. Oh boy, I don't mind DLC being digital. I love DLC. Well, I mean, Dark Souls had cut content like that, where Miyazaki and company ran out of time to like fully finish the game, and then later they went and repurposed the old cut content into new content on top of the cut content and released that as DLC. Is that particularly problematic for you? And while you're typing up your response to that, it is time to get back into the combat arena once again. How I dodged that, I will not know. Gotcha. Also, this shouldn't even be here. Okay, let me check on chat real quick, and we can keep moving. Mr. Jason says, no, good sir. If they run out of time and it is genuine like that, it's understandable. It'd be nice for it to be finished, but if the developer cares and simply couldn't get it done in time, it's okay. Especially if they come back later and repurpose it, like retool it, and add some new stuff on top. Yeah, that's been the case with all the DLCs that FromSoft has engaged in. There hasn't been one scummy DLC from them. There might be underwhelming DLCs, but that's different. Now, the DLC has not been free. I should say the DLCs from them have never been free, but that is because they go back and workshop and change some stuff up more than anything. But I agree with you. It would be especially if it ends up being free DLC later. Right, exactly. All right. Let's do this. Trying to figure out whether or not the the frame is not the correct one for this. What? Oh, I ran off the platform. Gotta mind my positioning. Dag nabbit, I feel like I could have done it. Oh, okay. But I see the light at the tunnel. I do see it. It's there. It's not, I haven't hit a wall. I'll say, as people that for people that are watching this and are wondering why hasn't he moved on yet, my rule of thumb with Dark Souls challenge runs or an Elden Ring even more so is, if I don't feel like I'm hitting a wall, then I don't bother like moving on. And of course in Dark Souls, right, you can only do so much before you have to go back and beat the wall anyway, so not much to do there, but get to it. I will endeavor to read that when I can, Mr. Jason. Yep, I got, yep, nope, kill me, too much, I shouldn't have popped the rune arc. That's fair, that's fine, I deserve that punishment. I should have just read the sentence. It's fine. Mr. Jason says, did I ever tell you about what Mr. Jason did with the Klonoa Fantasy Reverie series, Mr. Coin? I think you've said it a few times, but refresh my memory. I've probably forgotten what it is. Don't pop the rune arc coin. Stop it. Don't do it. Do it at the end, exactly like you wrote it up. Come on. Give up on that. It's fine, it's fine. I looked at the message. I have no one to blame but myself. Let's go. Mr. Jason says, Klonoa Fantasy Reverie series, a remake of Klonoa Door to Phantom Isle for the Sony PlayStation and Klonoa Lunatea's Veil for Sony PlayStation 2, was officially announced. Nice. I was so excited that Mr. Jason pre-ordered 2 for every console it came out on, and that is on the Sony PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch, Sony PlayStation 5, and Microsoft Xbox Series XS. Nice. It's... Wait, you said 2 copies? Yeah, that's 8 copies of the game, which is impressive. And this had to have been... This couldn't have been that recently, right? Like within like a month, a couple of months, let's say. Yep, that was my bad for... Yep, that was a delay. Yep. I broke concentration again. I've got to not be looking at chat when that's happening. Mr. Jason says it was almost as exciting as Mr. Coin going live. Almost. I'm flattered that I am worth that much excitement, honestly. I'm dying to stupid now, and that's what's making me upset. How? That should not have hit me. Yep, I tempted the devil and paid the price. I should have not been greedy about trying to restore my FP. I should have just used it. I should have just used it. That was super stupid on my part. Mr. Jason says, but those games released on the 8th of July, 2022. Right, I was about to say. Oh, good sir, I have a small confession. Mr. Jason doesn't usually cry. Mr. Jason can count on one hand the amount of video game announcements that made Mr. Jason cry tears of joy, good sir. One such game was the Klonoa Fantasy Reverie series, and another was the wonderful Mr. Jason childhood favorite, Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineraltown. Yeah, you've mentioned both of those games. I didn't know they were. I knew the Friends of Mineraltown was a favorite. I knew that the Klonoa games were a favorite, but I didn't know they were tier-worthy entries for you. That's new information for me. I should kill myself, honestly. Yep, just let it happen. Too much damage done at the start. So I know one of my problems is that when I start making errors, I have a tendency to throw the attempt away. I have a tendency to throw the attempt away because I'm already in a mood of I'm going to continue making unforced errors, so it is best just to die now and start over where I've had a chance to like clear my head more than anything. Yep, do it again. Throw it away. Which is not great for, part of the tendency comes from I used to be a hitless challenge runner before, and so you don't want to take hits. Multiple hits to a single fight. You want to take one or two, and if those hits kill you, you can try again and avoid taking hits. That's the mentality for that. This is a little bit different with Deathless, where it doesn't matter how many hits you take. It only matters whether or not you can get the kill. Mr. Jason says, I hope Mr. Jason's talking flower will be okay talking to itself one weekend. Are you going to take the batteries out? I feel like if you were to leave it alone, you would just take the batteries out. But then maybe you don't want to have to reprogram it again. Yep, I got trapped. Yep, and he follows you. I have to dodge inward twice. Nope, that's a flame patch. That's kind of a waste of time. There we go. Got him. We can continue regenerating while we're going into the next fight. Yep, let it happen. Let it happen. I looked at the message anyway. That's my fault. Welcome back, Grunge. Yeah, we're still here. And we're naked because there is an item called the Prodigious Crown Pendant, which says it raises your elemental attack power based on how little or how much less equipment load you have, with the hard cutoff being at 30 units. Sorry, you guys can't see the weights very well. Let me do this. So if my equip load reaches 35, yeah, it's 35 in Elden Ring. That's because there's a talisman with a similar effect for physical damage called the Blue Dancer Talisman. If I go above 35 weight, it doesn't help you at all. And if I'm under 10, equip load, I get 10% extra elemental damage, which fire damage is elemental. So that's why we're buck naked, or nearly naked, I should say. I've mostly been dying to my own stupid decisions is what's been happening. Mistake here. Yeah, no, kill me. Mostly making little micro errors that I reset for. Mr. Jason would, hold on. Mr. Jason says, I absolutely do not want to have to reprogram it again. Does the good sir remember the wonderful sarcasm beep that it does with every button press? I remember the video that you sent me. Mr. Jason would rather not hear that again. Understood. So I guess it can talk to itself for a weekend and be fine. I feel a sneeze coming on. I can't. Yep. That. Nope. Kill me. That ruined my concentration right there. Oh God. That was a terrible time for a sneeze to strike. Mr. Jason, and thank you. Ugh. Mr. Jason says, unfortunately, good sir, I have to head off early. You're quite tired? No worries. Thank you for helping to manage the kick today, because there have been spam bots a lot. Constantly talking about viewers and boosting and stuff. So I appreciate that. Please do stay safe. Take care of yourself. You're welcome back anytime, of course. And you know, if I don't see you again, please do take care of yourself out there. Dangerous world and all that. Go get yourself some rest. You've earned it. Especially since you were up since 7 o'clock today, and it's 8:45 p.m. over where you are. Yeah, please get yourself some rest. I will be here wiping face. Nope. The controller did not want to register the press, so we're not gonna bother. Nice. I love tripping over terrain. Maybe Grunge, maybe. But I think I want to save any diplomacy for you know, dual greatsword knight. Not gonna outrun it, not gonna outrun it. Oh, I outran it, okay. Don't be greedy. Cast the spell coin. Yep, I ran into melee. Yep, I deserve that. That was a stupid little micro decision. I should have just stayed back. Grunge says, I thought it was the same guy each time showing off a new weapon. That's the part I don't know. It could be a new weapon. It could be the same guy coming back with a new weapon, or it could be a different guy with a different weapon each time. If any one of them wears like different armor, then it, you know, it's at least a new guy in one of the instances. But by and large, I don't have enough information to tell if they're the same or different when they're using the different styles. All right, let's stay here and regenerate a second. You know, if I don't have to use my flasks, I won't. And also, if I am reading this right, yeah, we have that already. So I don't even need the marks on my hotbar. Yeah, resistant to fire as expected. Weak to holy. Immune to madness. Okay, cool. Grunge says, do you like any of the character action games like DMC or Bayonetta? I have all 3 of the Bayonettas. So I at least like that one. And I own Devil May Cry 4 and 5. Yeah, I like both of them. Obviously, as is to be expected, I've got a bit of a preference, but I like both. I like both of them for similar reasons. All right, let's get into this. No, yep, Shibriri's howl. I gotta wait for him to do the big attack. How I dodged that, I will never know. While we're sitting here regenning a bit, how about you, Grunge? Do you like one or the other or both? We can at least get in here while we continue chatting away. Let me keep my eyeballs transfixed on platforms. In fact, we would be better off waiting for we would be better off if we waited for the commercial break, if I'm being honest. There's no shot that I get this done. Grunge says, I played DMC3 and really liked it. That's the one I've heard everybody play and like a lot. Yeah. I played like 15 minutes of Bayonetta and liked it and went, I'll come back around to it when I have time, and that just didn't occur. Oh, Bayonetta 1 and 2. No, I'm sorry. Bayonetta 1 was great. Bayonetta 2 was passable. It was passable. And then Bayonetta 3 was great. Excellent capstone. There were some decisions that I was a little bit not enthused about, but it could have been worse. Let's see. Spoiler. I'm spoiling something in the game that I have played. I've actually beaten Bayonetta 3, for the record. There are some big, ginormous battles in the game with some mechanics that take you out of the classic experience, and they can be a little bit touchy.
You hear that off in the
As what I will
distance, my
say.
senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Thank you guys so incredibly much for hanging out with me. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour. When that time comes, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam that'll indicate how long the break lasts. I encourage everyone to take a break along with me as I get up, stretch, and do other things. But I'm no one's boss. Spend the time however you like. Once those 3 minutes are up, I'll have returned, the ads should have stopped, and we will hopefully finally put an end to this boss. We're approaching Godskin Noble levels of resets. I think we've even already exceeded Godskin Noble, and we're halfway toward Noster levels of resets. Yeah, and you have your people that are like, Bayonetta's better, or Devil May Cry is better. Of course, obviously, there's no contest. I'm like, why can't both be good? For completely different reasons. There's something in both for everybody. I say this as someone who has played Devil May Cry 4, which there were parts I enjoyed and parts I did not enjoy, and Bayonetta 1, 2, and 3, in which there were parts I enjoyed and parts I did not enjoy. I even did a giveaway for Bayonetta 2, as a matter of fact. There were definitely parts during that time I did not enjoy, but I overall came away with a good experience. And I know everyone else can too. Don't yuck other people's yums. That kind of thing. Speaking of yucks and yums, and this will be like a great question to leave us off on as we go into the commercial break. What's a yuck for you that you know is a yum for someone else? Or conversely, what's yum for you that like what's something you like? That's what a yum is, and a yuck is something you don't like. What is a yum for you that is a yuck for everyone around you? For me, I really like blue cheese. Even though cheese makes me icky, yucky. But I love blue cheese. I love blue cheese crumbles. I love blue cheese dressing. Yum, delicious, sour, tasty, pungent cheese. But everyone around me does not like blue cheese. I feel blessed when I find a soul that likes blue cheese, because of I get it. It's a bacteria washed cheese that that few people care about, and it looks like you shouldn't eat it, but you can. Grunge says, I'll be honest, Coin, I'm a born hater. There are a lot of yums for people that are yucks for you. Hey, some people are just picky. There's nothing really wrong with that. People are allowed to be picky. You know, people like what they like. Just don't yuck other people's yums, right? It's something I had to get better about as I got older too, because if I thought something was yucky, I wanted people to know I found it yucky, And sometimes telling someone you don't like their favorite yum is a great way to yuck it up for them. I've had to learn that. I've had to learn more of the particulars about the social experience. Comes from being neurodivergent and struggling with that a lot. Grunge says I'm very particular with just about everything. That's completely fair. We can pick up on that after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Hopefully, we've all had a wonderful commercial break. And welcome on in, Ball Shack. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, and body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're about to hopefully defeat a custom boss in Elden Ring Reforged. It's one of the handful of custom bosses to go along with the end of this custom dungeon we're in. And it's one of the few bosses where you can kind of take a break in the middle, which you can't really do in Elden Ring under normal circumstances. Let's pop a rune arc and let's do this. Yep, dead. Nope, that's death. Never mind. We died immediately. Because he did a different attack than what I was used to. And so, of course, I popped a rune arc for nothing. Is the game punishing me whenever I pop one of these? Am I activating a hard mode when I do that? I hope to God not. That would be devious, but I know Kernifer doesn't do that sort of thing. Not even as a sick joke. So welcome to the Flame Lost Knights. They come in 3 varieties. They come in sword, spear, and dual greatsword varieties. And I apologize for the missed message from, or if I got your message late, for the record. It's fine. I'll take it. I need to do the spear guy like pretty flawlessly. Am I excited for GTA 6? I don't know. On one hand, you know, I'm as excited as everyone else is. On the other hand, you have people saying like, oh, there is AI art. There is the no physical game cartridge or disc argument. There is, well, Rockstar Games is a scummy, shitty company, and so I'm not supporting them. So, like, I'm excited, but there's definitely the undercurrent of dissatisfaction in corporate decisions made by Rockstar Games. So, I'm excited but nervous. And very worried that if GTA 6 is received as the bellwether of bad decision making in game development, that game development will soon die if it has not already. Like the coffin on it will be slammed shut. More than anything else. I hope everyone else is at least partially excited and not necessarily thinking about that stuff at all times. Okay. There we go. This is the pattern I want to see. With the exception of that. Oh God, this is a terrible spot to be in. Yep, that was bad. That was bad. I stood too long in the lava. Yep, I deserve that. Grunge says I hated GTA 5 and I don't really care about this one. I already know what you do in the game. You drive car and shoot man and you run away from cops. Yep. And people get to live out the ACAB fantasy in GTA in GTA in general. The last part might have been a touch overboard. Also, I popped the rune arc when I didn't mean to. I wasn't even thinking straight. Yeah, like at some point, GTA is like the. How do I word this? It's like the Call of Duty of non-shooter games. Ballshick says I like GTA 5. I think the shooting really sucked and the driving sucked, but you enjoyed it insofar as I didn't like the humor. It kind of sounds like you didn't enjoy it. It kind of sounds like you hated it. And that's just me. And it sounds like a really backhanded way of saying it. So, what was it? Nostalgia bias? Grunge says it really seems like a lot of people really just love this idea of a really accurately detailed rendering of a fake world, and I just don't care about that at all. That's fair. Some people like hyperrealism. They like their Mass Effects and their Dead Spaces. They want to see more of that, or the Resident Evils. It's not for everyone. I could care a lot less about that sort of thing myself. I like if I have to have hyperrealism, give it to me in a science fiction form. That's what I care about. Bolshik says the game they made right before was great is the problem. Max Payne 3 is pretty dang good, and somehow they forgot how to make a video game after. I think it's less that they forgot how to make a video game and more that the concern was not how do I make a great product. It got replaced with how do I make shareholder happy. And shareholder happy equals microtransactions, listening to every corporate input decision from up on high. If corporate says I need to have a certain number of big-breasted women in the game, you do that. If the racial sensitivity consultant says your villain can't be dark-skinned this time for whatever reason, whether good reasoning or bad, then your villain can't have dark skin. It's that simple. Or they lose funding. Like, funding can be pulled. Not to mention people chasing after live service money. People think that live service is all it's cracked up to be, and it's not. Bolshek says the funniest thing about GTA 5 is that you can tell it was all written in 2010 or like 2007 maybe. It's like an era on Bush era culture. Yes. At some point with GTA, gaming became a new vector to insert propaganda, to insert political propaganda. That is what that space has become now. And it's just what flavor of propaganda are you looking for? Is the more realistic the game, the closer it is to that reality of having corporate propaganda inserts. Grunge says, well, every GTA release is just for multiplayer now. The single player is just to get that out the door. Right, exactly. They want their live service money. And they think live service is how they get it. Instead of banking around long-term income from sales, they're trying to make bank on short-term installments of payments every month. Short-term installments are better for shareholders, which look better on the books. Yeah, they're trying to squeeze the fan base for every penny they have. Ballshik says the game took over a decade is more what I'm saying. Well, sure. Yeah, it took a decade to make because if you're gonna put satire in your game, you'd better bloody like pay attention. It was like satire on 2000s reality TV shows, like what is going on? Right, exactly. Bullshit says, I remember on Red Dead Online, they would literally change the way and amount of gold you can earn on stuff. Yeah. Because they want to pursue the almighty dollar. They want your every last penny. And the CEO of Hasbro is like the older CEO of Hasbro, the ex-CEO of Hasbro. Put it quite aptly. These people think that your money is just your wallets and your banks are just a holding account for their money. They think the money that you make per month already belongs to them, which is a really shitty method of thinking. Awful. Bolshik says, well, it's just funny because people who make too much in-game currency, yeah, and it would get in the way of selling it directly, so they would just go, all right, let's make that a bit harder. That's for the gold farm, right? I remember the WoW subscription tokens were for the same reason, to eliminate the gold farmers, and it really worked. It really worked. I'm willing to try a game, but you gotta not mow me down in the meantime. I was too late to dodge. I'm dead. Yep, that was super stupid. Super stupid. Yep. So much for not hitting a wall, Coin. The thing is that I don't feel like I've hit a wall. What I've done is made stupid decisions. And as long as I continue doing that, I will never get through this fight. But I'm determined to do it. I feel like I'm just one fall off the final platform away from succeeding at this, and then we can move on. But I can't be thinking about that right now. I gotta be focused on this. Your guys gotta go flawless if I'm gonna do that. I couldn't tell you what it means, Grunge. Oh, whoopsie. Let me finish the rest of my answer. Yep, I was afraid of that. All right, we can sit here a second and regenerate. He looks like he's found more than enough flame to me. Well, while we're sitting here, we can see if the lore entry will show us anything. Once sworn knight of Praetor Rykard, mind and body surrendered to the flame of frenzy, fallen to despair after an unforeseen betrayal. These husks have unearthed new caves to seek a way out, not for revenge, but to share the gift of flame with others. So in other words, they have suffered from the musings of the frenzied burnt fingers and are driven to madness. Yeah, they found flame, all right. They found the frenzied flame, and the frenzied flame is known for one thing and one thing only: wanting to watch the world burn and to return the world to a state of nothingness, void. And those who are driven mad by the flame of frenzy lose their original purpose. So these guys once served Praetor Rykard and lost their original purpose. So they're now they've built this sprawling labyrinth in an attempt to get out from Volcano Manor. And let me tell you, Volcano Manor is a sprawling place filled with untold horrors like Albinaurics kept in chains and otherwise profane research into forbidden things. Commander Rykard of the USS Enterprise. Ah, yes. It would be Commander Rykard of the Elden Ring Enterprise. How best can I screw you over? How best can I make you surrender unconditionally and then torture you? Yeah, Praetor Rykard and torture implements are kind of synonymous with each other, honestly. I need to also try to like conserve flasks a little bit. How much Star Trek have I seen? A little bit more than Star Wars. I watched most of Deep Space Nine. I've seen some of the original. I've seen some of the Final Frontier. I've seen a lot of Voyager. Trying to think if there were others. Grunge says Deep Space Nine is the one I didn't really see. Oh, it's awesome. You've seen a lot of Voyager. Captain Janeway is my personal favorite out of all the captains. I like her a lot. She goes on a personal journey. But Captain Sisko, the captain for Deep Space Nine, is great. There are some really interesting plot lines for in Deep Space Nine that are explored in a more profound way, and it deals with how does I don't want to spoil too much, but the overall overarching thing that Deep Space Nine wants to ask is, how does the Federation handle war? And war of not just unease, but active hostility. How do they handle that? Grunge says I like her more than Picard. Honestly, which one? Because you've got Picard from The Final Frontier, and then you've got Picard from Star Trek Picard, which I have seen 1 or 2 episodes of. I have seen a handful of episodes from Star Trek Discovery, and Star Trek Discovery is certainly something. Picard, Bolshek says the Picard from the movies where he kicks ass, fair, where he is in a vagina and kills guys. So you liked him when he was part of the Borg, is what I'm hearing. Right? Let's get rid of Spear Guy, and not be here forever. Why do you do this game? Stop it. I'll read all of that when I can. Oh, that was a bad time for a spellcast. Yep, that was a super stupid time for a spellcast. I should have just waited. Never cast a spell unless you can see what the enemy is doing. All right, let me go back. I'm gonna have to. It's picked up significantly, so I am going to have to read and then just reply. Grunge says I was talking about the TNG only. Okay, the next generation. Why did I think it was the Final Frontier? Yeah, it's the next generation. Yeah, Picard in there is fine. I liked him because he had a head on his shoulders, and it wasn't until later where he lost it for a while. Bolshek says in the movies he's just like a psycho, isn't he? Maybe. Like the movies are action films and he's like a psychopath compared to the TNG. I don't like that version of him that much. No. I've seen the one with who's the weird British fellow? Ed Hardy. Ed Hardy. Okay, I need to know who Ed Hardy is. I'm sure I know who he is. I've just forgotten. Hold on. Let me, it's not like Venom's Ed Hardy. And he's called Tom Hardy. This is a different one. Because whenever I'm searching, Google is telling me it's a clothing brand. And that's not correct. This is the part where Coin finds out that this is actually correct. And, I'm just actual terminal loser. But what else is new? Okay, so this would be more in like television, so let's look at that. I take that back. Never mind. Okay, it's not this Hardy, it's a different Hardy. Weird, yeah, I was about to say weird British fellow. It's not Ed Hardy, it's someone else. Who am I thinking of when he's saying that? Let's see. We had William Shatner in the original. Well, yeah, if it's from Star Trek Nemesis, then yeah. Then I had the right guy. That's Tom Hardy. Yeah, no, I read the right thing then. Yeah, he plays doesn't he play the villain, or is that just like a weird Vulcan captain or like a Andorran captain name that I'm missing out on? Let's see. Now I at least now know that is Tom Hardy, not Ed. Well, why not just go by Tom Hardy? Why does he operate on his middle name? That baffles me. I mean, I don't care about his personal life. Thank you, Wikipedia, but I'm not interested. Yeah, wow, that is a huge blast. Oh, that's spoiler. Close your ears if you don't care about a spoiler. Shinzon is, I said Shinzok, it's Shinzon, is a clone of Jean-Luc Picard. So if people didn't want to hear spoilers, I said it enough times that should definitely cover it. Grunch is one of my favorite TV shows. I don't have too many. I'm usually a Food Network, jewelry television kind of guy, or the Weather Channel. I know, my tastes are boring. My tastes are boring. I was telling Mr. User 11, a different guy who came in earlier on, I was telling him that I don't really like movies because of a lot of internal reasons. The same applies to TV. I was always knuckle dragged into watching television. It was often the focus of family dinners. I hated that growing up. And so my brain turned away from television in kind of the same way that it does music. I mostly use the television to help inform me on shopping decisions, if anything. I treat it like an information device. Somewhat of an information device. Some other things, though, that I generally like are like how it's made, or like the Discovery Channel, the History Channels, multiple History Channels. I like that sort of stuff. I know. I'm boring. I'm boring. I don't like fiction TV. Too much sex on it. Too much let's see. The violence in movies and sex on TV. Where are those good old-fashioned values on which we used to rely? Sorry, I just had to say that because I was like, when else am I gonna get a chance to belt one out like that? Anyway, yes, I'm not a terrible fan of television shows. If I apologize if I'm weird. I'll put it that way. I'll issue an apology for being weird. People are free to either take it or leave it. How about yours, or anyone's for that matter? Welcome back. I'll read that when I can. Yeah, that's fine. I got caught into the corner, which is terrible. Yeah, we, Grunge and I figured out that it was Tom Hardy and that you were talking about Star Trek Nemesis, which is a movie. Grunge says 3 guesses what one of mine is. Friends with Jennifer Aniston. Well, okay. Grunge figured it out, and and well, okay. I looked it up and wasn't sure what I was looking at, and then got confirmation later that it was Tom Hardy. How about that? Grunge didn't figure anything, he cheated. Well, come on, that's not fair. Then I cheated by proxy by looking it up, because I'm not, like I was just explaining to Grunge a second ago. I'm kind of turned off. You didn't say I didn't cheat. Fair enough. Fair enough. I am mostly in the camp of I'm not much of a television or like film buff. Like I'm not much into that. You're just saying for the record, Grunge cheated. My infidelity has naught to do with my actor trivia knowledge, Grunge says. Lore? I kind of doubt that's lore. Sounds like we're playing into the bit there, but that's just me. Yeah, that's a lot of ending lag on a spell. Let's see, I have 2 guesses right. How about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? I'm guessing what I think are classics. Seinfeld, my last guess. Yep. My bad for guessing. Ballshick says I'm about to cheat and say, well, luckily I didn't look. So we can't cheat now. I can't cheat now because I've made my guesses. You only know one and you would have to guess after that. Well, that's different than cheating. It's got to rank pretty high. The first few seasons. Okay, I didn't know that was a word for that. Of Always Sunny or Mint. I've never seen it, so I had someone spoil me on seasons or on Sunny in Philadelphia. And he just would not. He would not stop talking about it. Sitcoms were all he talked about, nonstop. So I eventually droned it out, for sure. And like I said, I'm just generally not a TV person. I never have been, but even more so as an adult now than I was as a kid, or a teenager. Grunge says, I don't know if it's in the rank of my shows though, but you did like Seinfeld when you've watched it. Fair enough. And this is before Jerry Seinfeld was a scumbag. Yeah, I'm willing to separate art from artist on Seinfeld. I generally like it. I am. Have I banned him for making more guesses? Okay, fair enough. I mean, I only got 3, and I said 3, so. Buffy, Sopranos, and Coro Street. I know what Buffy is. I know about the Sopranos. I do not know about Coro Street. That's new. Was Buffy in Coro Street? Angel. What's the Sopranos obsession? I have no idea. I could not say why. I could not tell you about this. This is not my cup of tea. I already said, like I was telling Grunge, I watch TV for information. News, cooking channel, jewelry shows. I watch it to buy, and I watch it to be informed. That's terrible timing. Nope, game did not want to give me that input, so I just went totally off it. Oh, come on. Yup. I should have gone a little bit further back. Yup. That's super stupid. Oh, there's a lot of messages. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's not gonna make sense to me. Do I look like a Sopranos guy? Says Grunge. I don't know. But you do like it. Interesting. Ballshick says, I assume you like it more than other shows. Right. AWP? What the heck is that? What is AWP? Do I want to know what that is? Yes, so now we're at the point where like Coin should read this, and I'm like, okay, I read it. It's in the midst of trying not to die, or shortly after dying to the Flame Lost Knights again. No, I didn't say it was foul. Do I want to know what that is? AWP is severe deep British lore. I'm sorry, that shouldn't make me laugh. It's a TV show called Off Wiedersehen Pet. Okay, I feel like I need to look it up. Nope, that's not. It's foul if you hate Geordies. It's an 80s English show about builders. I'll get a little closer to finding out what this is. No, that's correct. Off Wiedersehen Pet. Thanks for the hallucination, though, AI. I love another woodshop podcast instead of whatever we were talking about. Couldn't tell you much about it. If you hate the hardworking northern folk. Grunge says their dad likes it. I could believe that. Ballshack says it's a cultural phenomenon for northern Englishes. Well, I am the grandson of a Scotswoman, so I would definitely not qualify as a northern Englishman or the descendant of a northern Englishman. So you want Ballshack to guess correctly the other main TV show that you're famous for liking? I look forward to the guesses. I look forward to the guesses as we wipe face I thought Twin Peaks was a restaurant, not a show. Nope, yep, too early. Don't ever do that in the dark. Don't ever do that in the dark. That's stupid. The Bolshek says the anime about the woman who kills people with her ass. Wait, what? What? What kind? What? I'm sorry. Studlock. Oh, there was an anime about this? That's like My Hero Academia type bullshit. BS. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to make of that. It's called Butt Attack Punisher. I need to know. I need to know that it's real. Only so I can report on how ludicrous it is. Maybe my mom and my sibling would like it because they're both anime watchers, excuse me. Butt Attack Punisher. People will make anime and shows about anything, man. Just absolutely anything. Butt Attack Punisher Girl Gonna Man? Bolshek says, show your mom the anime where the woman kills people with her ass and watch it from the kitchen. No, thank you. I'm not sure my mom would enjoy that. She's not much for anime comedies. She's more of a Bleach person. Like Bleach the anime, which is saying something. I never knew my mom was into super bloody, gory anime action films like that until after I came in. I was over visiting and I saw the Bleach on the screen. And I'm like, wait, what? I didn't know. And turns out that my sibling was introducing my mom to stuff like that over time because they live together, and mom really likes it. She keeps up with the Castlevania anime. Grunge says, the day after tomorrow and Butt Attack Punisher double feature from the kitchen. I don't know about the day after tomorrow, but definitely not Butt Punisher. No. Oh, God. Okay. Bolshek says, is it arcane? Has the arcane meme gone so far? No. Only my sibling watches that, to my knowledge. And I certainly don't. I'm not much into anime either. Only fools and horses, says Bolshak. Uncertain. How? Okay, don't even look at that coin. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Focus on the boss. I looked, but I looked for like a split second. All right, I can catch up now. Grunge says I'm famous for liking Arcane, but I wouldn't put it in this category. Understood. Pinky Binders? What the heck is that? The show where Sean Bean plays like a colonial army captain? Interesting. Grunge says there's no way I haven't posted about this show. I have in mind a lot, I've sent a lot of gifs of it. Are we trolling? Is that what I'm there's definitely some lore, some deep history here. My goodness. Just gonna wait here and let stuff regenerate for a second, because this is the type of boss fight that allows for that. Oh, okay, we need to cast this again and then drink. Boss fight in the chat. Wait, The Shield, like the TV adaptation of Marvel Avengers The Shield, that one? I've seen some of it. I don't care for it. No, okay, I was about to say. Never mind. It's about a bald cup. Yeah, then definitely not. Definitely not. Oh no. Did I trigger the did I trigger True Nightmare? Grunge says it's about a cop who takes the law into his own hands. Oh, so he's a vigilante. Okay. Bolshik says, I forgot you watched all of Justified and The Shield. Interesting. All right, let's get back into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. In the thick of the lava and the thick of it. All right, tough guy, let's go. Maybe I shouldn't taunt the boss. Would probably be a good idea not to do that. Of course. There we go. This is the pattern I want to see. All right, conserve FP, conserve FP. Deck nabbit. Of course it wouldn't register the input. Got him. All right. We can sit here a second. I can catch up on chat. Oh my goodness, that's a lot. Walking Dead was one that I did see some of as an adult. Didn't care for that either. The first season was okay. Once we started getting into soap opera territory, did not care for it. So my general rule of thumb about DM sessions is that I try not to read them if I know that there's an ongoing conversation there. I only read them if I'm asked to read them. Otherwise, I just kind of like try to read and then respond to anything I think might be important. Okay, more discussions about the seasons of Justified. Watched all the seasons watched all the Biker Guys show. Don't know what that is. Saw a lot of it, was so bored I just looked up the ending because someone told me it was funny. Fair. You can only do that with old shows. Balshak says The Shield might be one of my dad's favorite shows ever. I've told you he would still occasionally mention it. We're talking about not the Shield I referenced, a different Shield. We're talking about the one you were talking about earlier. Grunge says it's bloody brilliant. You're just wondering what the heck was happening at the end? A guy kills a cat and there's something about a snack machine. Oh, the kitchen sink, the plot. The vending machine arc. My goodness. That was an enjoyable little game in the end. I'll take your word on it, Ballshack. It was very tough to pull that one out. You can read these however you like, Koino. I think these are interesting little chats for the whole world to enjoy if they so desire. Fair. Grunge says the biker show is Sons of Anarchy. Oh, with like Charlie Dunham in it? Do I have that right? Yeah, I've heard some not great things is what I'll say there. But I think that's Charlie something. I think it's Dunham. Bald guy with a beard, with a goatee, kind of became famous, grew well beyond that role in the Sons of Anarchy. I'm good to talk until I make this last jump. Charlie Hunan. It's with 2 N's. Why did I think it was Dunham? I'm thinking of something else. Hold on. I can confirm that. Hunnam. I'm sorry. It's with 2 N's and an M. Hunnam. He's certainly aged now. Balshak says people love that show as it was coming out because it's just like the perfect white trash tough guy show. Yeah. Let me spell out the name because that it can be quite a. You certainly might think it's something else. And I'm probably not enunciating it quite right because it probably sounds like I'm saying human, Charlie Hunnam. If I say it like that, maybe it's more correct, but Charlie Human can be his name. That's totally fine. Oh, all right. We get to this part. I need to now, guys, keep your fingers crossed. I really don't want to run off the side of this platform again. That was like the ball buster. I kind of also want this to be the end. If Kernifer and company's going to do this to me, I really want this to be the end. I died. Of course I would. The end of the stream, it's pretty much right there. Yeah. Well, I guess we get to come back and workshop this tomorrow. I know I can do it. My issue is just making dumb decisions and not being very good at dodging the double or twin great swords. I'll close out the stream by reading the rest of these. Grunge says the show has one of those terrible typical things of like intentionally agonizing you by having annoying characters win and stay alive and the good characters die, and you're just always meant to be in a state of tension and misery and watch the next episode and hope something good happens. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's a lot of why I fell out with, outside of my internal traumas, like when I started putting the pattern together that it's either, oh, it's softcore porn on the TV, or it's, oh, they're literally keeping you in tension and not writing a normal show. Like they're always trying to, they're not really offering you a break from the tension. Yeah, it's not great. I kind of noped out of a lot of television altogether and film for the same reasons. Bolshek says, I assume that that is actors who people like going on to other projects, and actors everyone hates being stuck in the awful biker show. Yeah, sounds about right. Either they escape the typecast and become a big actor, or they never escape the typecast, and when shows of that ilk stop being produced, they become nobodies again. They become average citizens again. I couldn't tell you if Anthony Anderson dies in The Shield. Bolshek says, well, a lot of modern media just works as trying to trauma bond with you. I don't want, new ick unlocked. I don't want to think about that. No, thank you. I don't want the modern media to trauma bond with me over my ick of spiders being on me. I don't want them to trauma bond with me over running up the slide the wrong way, or you know, being like the resident nerd that never had his boundaries respected. No thank you. No thank you. Ick, nasty, gross, yuck, gross, ewy, ewy. Insert all the ew words here. Insert all the ick words here. Gross. Just showing you things you will hate to make you stay. Yeah, and then you kind of hate watch. If you're not being fed your traumas, right? Can't recall if Grunge says they can't recall if Anthony Anderson dies. Fair. His character just says, aha. One time doing time for a long time in every scene he's in. What a zinger to end the single scene he's in. Yeah, what a zinger. It is certainly a statement of all time. Grunge says The Shield is structured around a 3-act tragedy with the most insane raw ending ever that actually feels earned. I could believe that. I could truly believe that. If only because I haven't seen it. But tragedies can be very, very well received if written right. At least in my honest opinion. Well, guys, I better get going. My folks are waiting for me to be finished so they can cook dinner because it's grilled ham and cheese tonight with one other item I'm forgetting. Sorry for the wipe fest, but that is what the streams are sometimes when you're routing is, you know, you find something difficult and you need to work through it. Noster has 69 deaths, if I remember right. And we spent like 2 streams figuring out how it works. It felt like a raid boss from WoW at the end of the day. So I'm confident that we'll get through it either tomorrow or Monday of next week. Thank you, Ballshack, and thank you to everyone who sat through and kind of watched me work through something I've not seen in Reforged before, which is this bonus dungeon. I want it to be known that the experience is not always Coin flying with both eyes open and he knows what he's doing. Sometimes it's stuff like this where I struggle. Grunge says, is this the toughest boss yet? Nope, that belongs to Noster the False Sky. Let me find him. Let me find his list, his part of the list. I said 69. It has 68 deaths, excuse me. And one on the way there from falling off the aquifer. Yeah, so Noster, it was a port from Elden Ring Night Rain, and Elden Ring Night Rain is like the multiplayer oriented spin-off from Elden Ring. And in that game, you're meant to fight bosses with up to 3 people at a time. So the choreographed moves are very much balanced around running around a lot, and then 2 people who aren't the focus doing DPS or something else against the boss. So let me put this back here. This is not quite that level of hard, but the issue is the issue is going to be the fighting space. Not having a ton of room to move around Greatsword guy is a huge problem. I'm really going to have to figure out what to do about him. Otherwise, I could see 100 deaths to this easy. But my name is Coinstamp, everybody. As a gentle reminder, on my way out the door, I will not be streaming this Friday. My calendar, my Google Calendar, and the calendar channel on my Discord server already reflect this. So, you know, please feel free to review that if you want to know other like pinholes in my schedule. If you guys are current subscribers. Senator, that would be my senators or my patrons over on Coffee or Patreon. Please also don't forget about the discussion item in the benefits channels. I am awaiting either some feedback or some points that you guys want to make in the discussion channel. I'm not obligating people to do that, but just don't forget that it's there. And otherwise, we'll be back at this tomorrow, and hopefully we make it. And if not, well, you know, you guys are going to see how high the splits counter is going to track the bosses. My name's Coin, everybody. This has been another episode, or another session, excuse me, of Elden Ring Reforged. DAC FSO, Deathless, all content, fire spells only, routing. Please do stay safe, take care of yourselves. You're welcome amidst my hallowed halls anytime. Please enjoy your dinner as well, whenever or whatever you were opting to eat. Anyone for that matter, and thank you for the equivalent sentiment. See you guys in the next one, and with that, farewell and goodbye. You never know when people might be having midnight dinner, but yeah. Take care, guys.